Okay, give me one more second. Let me yeah, you can hear it. Yeah, cat, I'm getting you food. Calm down. Hang on.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hi Quaglets, I'm Moo, your new manager. I think you'll find working at the Quaggy O Mondays to be both a learning experience and a horny one. You won't be needing these anymore, removes chat's shame. Now here are your new uniforms, hands chat glory and sin. Here's your employee manuals.
I sat back down to hear employee manuals. I have questions. How do I do any of this? Okay, hello, it's me, camera. Please work in an appropriate frame rate. There we go. Hi. I am back from vacation, and I am completely out of step with my routine and everything. So bear with me while I seem particularly scatterbrained. Also, I'm in like a different time zone right now. It's weird. It's weird, but it is good to be back. And quag, Chad to all of you. Moo, thank you so much for the 15 months with the 13 streak. I really appreciate that. Goes a long way. And to answer your obvious question, Metroid will be. I'm planning on doing that Saturday. Yeah, I'm thinking Saturday. Um, I still have to like buy the game, but the plan is to play the Metroid Prime Remaster on Switch for the next couple variety Saturdays. I'm gonna be at work. We'll figure something out. Maybe I bump it a day, but I don't have the game yet. Is the takeaway right now? Since you want to see it, I'll check with you. I could do it like a Thursday or Friday or some shit. Monday, sure, I can do that too. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But how you doing, David? J. Adriani, Tenor, Rune, Moo, Mr. Sean, Mozilla, anyone else who might be lurking about. So today I want to just kind of ease back in. I was gonna start with the playthrough right off the bat. I kind of want to do a modded playthrough with at least 10 times spawns. I was thinking of going up to like 25 or 40, but at least 10 times spawns. CZ's double jump and air dash thing that I've been testing out. Maybe a thing to reduce the cooldown of blitz, increase the range, so I could true melee my way through it. Just want to do like a sort of fun, fast-paced Amara playthrough. So I'll probably switch to that later in the stream today. But as for right now, figured I'd grind out um, and rebuild the muscle memory for Amara in True Guardian, because I did get an improvement to my ranking on the board before vacation. I didn't submit it, but I want to improve that further. I could probably take record with this. I just have to grind it out for a while. And practice makes perfect. Hey Coombs, how you doing? Hey Asa, good to see you. Hey Chester, thank you for the 16 months with the 1 year streak. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Hope your time off was enjoyable. It was. It was really good. Hey Macmillan, thank you for the 2 years. How am I? I'm doing fantastic. Good to see you.
There you go, Quack.
Hey Quag, how are you?
Uh, text speech being timely is weird. I wasn't expecting that, but hello. Yes, I'm good. Um, had a good time off. My cats are very attached to me, so they've been acting extra clingy since I got back. Because like, a week and a half without me, they're losing their minds. Particularly Kevin. Kevin is a needy little boy, but he's a good boy, right, Kevin?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Jaybridge, thank you for the 31 months.
Quagsire, Quagsire, Quag Chad, Quagsire, Quag Triple A.
Quag Triple A. Ooh, that makes us sound fancy. I like it. Thank you for the 31 months with the 31 streak. Unreal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Modded? Well. Yeah, I gotta scroll through a couple channels and be updated on the stuff you modders have been up to. But I'm looking forward to doing that. Oh, also we got a scam train. Choo choo. So I'll start with this. Let me open Live Split too. Quag A should have the Quag should have the AAA gun with a battery on his forehead. And should only be 90% of the completed emote on release, with 10% to be added in later. BO3, a game that has never particularly run well, continues to run worse and worse for me as I make more saves. A shocking AAA, no less. Brought my brain so much the past week. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes you need to do that to create cool stuff. I fried my brain watching the new Ant-Man movie. I'm not going to go into details for people who don't want spoilers or anything, but it is not good. It was between seeing that and seeing the new Magic Mike, and I honestly wish we had seen Magic Mike instead. Not that I think those are bad movies or anything, I think they're fun. But, like, yeah, I chose incorrectly. Hey, Mr. Sean, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Also, Oslands BL3 progress has been really good. Love to see that. Hey, Scott, good to see you. Hope you're well. Rose Blah, that's it. It's just like... So the low points of the better Marvel movies have just become the entirety of current Marvel movies. Like, by and large, it's not terrible. It's just, like, nothing happens.
Quag Triple A.
Quag Triple A. It's... So, Tenor, it's not, like, horrible. It's not the active kind of awful. Like, you're not gonna try to claw your fucking eyes out of your skull like you would if you watch Black Adam. But it's just nothing's good, except Jonathan Majors is good in everything he does. But that's pretty much it. So, don't expect anything, and you'll still be disappointed. But, that's just my take. I personally think they should just take a solid year, 2 years off making those movies at all. Let their VFX division, you know, recover and see their families, and also get some actually decent storyboarding and writing going.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Who is this guy? Quag Chad.
You guys. Roddy, thank you so much for the Prime, for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Kitty, good to see you. Holo, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I did miss you guys. I missed this. It's nice having time away, but I also, you know, I love what I do. And you guys are part of that. So thank you. Okay, so let me remember how to play this video game. I played for like 15 minutes last night, just so I wouldn't completely suck, and I already forgot how to use a keyboard. It's very difficult going from being, you know, online to a ridiculous degree, just at my desk, like 16 hours a day, to not touching my PC for a week. It's very jarring. You remember how to stream? No. No, I don't. I think you shoot a gun. I don't think that's right. That doesn't sound correct. Hey, Tender, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Oh, wait, BL3. Yeah, I don't shoot. How long did it take you to sound check? I went to click go live, and I was like, something about this... Yes, Cat. Something about this looks incorrect. So I had to do the usual of making sure it was picking up the right audio input and all that. Almost didn't do that. So it took me a couple minutes. Let's see if I remember how to play. Proceeds to set Amara world record. That's what I'm grinding towards, Spalding. That's what I'm grinding towards. I'm only like a minute and a half off of being able to get world record here. And this is a build that I have not done extensive practice in this this takedown. So if I actually grind, I think I could. There was something in the skill tree I was gonna inspect, but I forgot to do. It was, yeah, it was taking Vigor instead of Finder Center, but I don't think that's... Because, like, I used the fish a lot, so that melee damage is really important. Yeah, I like the idea of getting more move speed, there's just no way to justify it. The big thing is burn both ends on crystals too is potentially a really big time loss. I have to be super aggressive with pestilence spamming to the point where I need to neglect doing other things just so I can pestilence spam more because enemies are just going to be dogpiling me. Cross that bridge when I get to it. Hey Ferric, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for taking care of that thing, by the way. I was knocked out. Ha! Well, that's a start. I had too much movement speed. Sounds like something I would do. Professional video gamer. So a big thing with rooting this out is going to be budgeting when it's best to Pestilence Nova spam like this, and when it's better to use Fish and Tandava. Like, I should have done Pestilence there. Basically, if anything ever survives a Tandava or a Fish, it means I should have just used the Pestilence. What a terrible start. I actually intentionally slow myself down there by taking out the kick charger. I'm somehow killing things over there. Pestilence is great. It's fine. I can make up those little time losses elsewhere. That time loss was entirely due to my usual aiming issues. So this is kind of what I mean when I talk about enemies really hating you when you have burn both ends. Like, they get in the crystal area fast. And I'm sure part of my inability to deal with that comes from me running so much flak, where I'm used to them being a bit less proactive. This is recoverable. What is this build? Hey, 6 draw. This is an action skill thing. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, the extra arms get in on the melee reload cancel. Could have handled that room better. Aim. It's an unfortunate reality of this setup as well. Sometimes I do actually need to hit a face puncher shot in a way that I never need to on rack stab. At least I lined that up well. I messed up this lineup. That's probably recoverable. I just need to be very aggressive. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So a big centerpiece of this build is when you're killing with things that are source action skill damage, you're still getting expedite benefit. So like me running around cleaning up these enemies with whether it's body and mind or my pestilence nova actually significantly helps my cooldown. And that's important to do because since this is a driver setup, we basically never have topped off because our shields are never full. So that is a 200% cooldown that we are missing out on that most other Amara builds would just be leaning into. That's problematic. Yeah, bad aim. The rare non-gun build where aim still matters. I've thought about going to Nova parts on my red suit for this content, this being one of the reasons. But the power charges really do help. In a way, it feels like they shouldn't, because it's just a little bit of gun damage on top of everything we have from Driver. But here we are. Okay, 903 Anathema is pretty decent for Amara pacing. For anyone who's curious about the nature of the build, I'll do a full explanation stuff after this run, win or lose. Shoulda Pestilence there. I got greedy. It's one of those instances where I could have clicked Face Puncher once and killed that mob, but it requires me actually hitting. Because then I could just do 2 Pestilence Novas instead. I lost a decent amount of time on this pack. Is this Revenants? Is there a straggler? No, it's Revenants. Oh, got a little too excited there. Hey Moonbase Tom, how you doing? Ask what Terranoid you're using? Yeah, I'll go over them all after the run. But I have Generate Terror on my shield, I believe. It's either on my shield or my grenade. And then I have Damage and Fire Rate on all of my guns. I did forget to enable Echo Cast, I think. It won't show most of the stuff, but it will show some stuff like that. I'll do that after the run as well. Still getting crystal progress here, so that actually wasn't terrible. It looked really bad, but yeah, those Sarahs hanging out weren't actually stopping my progression, so that's all good. Yeah, that could have gone way worse. Something to be worried about, though, is the middle crystal, because this is a high movement speed build, and those are pretty easy to get knocked into a bad position with by the Sarahs. Like this bad position. Essentially, the more movement speed you have, the farther you get thrown when you get hit in the air. So anyone who's had a lot of trouble with falling off cliffs, particularly in this section of this takedown, take less movement speed. Obviously, that's not an option when speedrunning, but hey, it is the solution. Oh. Well, I'll go over the build before we redo that. The big thing we're doing here is lots of, case in point, yeah, like, exact demonstration. I got hit so hard from that one hit that, like, I didn't have time to readjust because I was already too far over. We're using lots of things that do action skill damage. The Nova from the Pestilence, upon reloading, deals action skill damage that is boosted by gun damage and splash damage and elemental damage. So we spam a lot of reloads of that as a good source of filler damage centered on us, and we can do it as fast as we can cancel the animation. Now, in the interest of time trials legality and platform equality, I'm not doing the PC strat you might know of with emote canceling. Like that. I'm just canceling with throwing fish and swapping weapons and doing melee animation, all of which are, you know, ways you can do it on all platforms. But other sources of action skill damage, I'm using a ×14 8-mag face puncher for optimal body and mind delivery. I'm using fish slap for not only fish slap damage, but another body and mind delivery method. I've got the Tandava variants of phase cast. Assume the Pestilence Nova is based on the card damage if it's scaled by gun damage. The base is some relation to the card damage, yeah, because I remember it being a problem when it got buffed for a bit. It became impractical to use without things like healing to mitigate the dot. But don't quote me on that. Tandava is nice because it's an area clearing variant of phase cast. This one goes through walls. That's the real appeal here, because reverberation, technically speaking, does more damage despite it not being splash. And the cooldown is shorter on reverberation as well. So reverberation is, loose quotes, better, but Tandava hits on a huge radius and requires less aiming, which is less of a time commitment, and it hits through walls. I really can't stress the hitting through walls thing enough. So if you have max splash radius, even if there's an enemy stuck behind a wall, even if you're taking cover, you can still Tandava and hit things. And hitting things is also important because that applies laid bear, which is just going to mean we do more damage with everything we do. Pretty standard, we go to Avatar 1 Remnants. This is what a lot of non-gun Amara blue trees look like. Yes, including the Wrath points, because the Face Puncher benefits from gun damage. The Pestilence Novas benefit from gun damage, so we still do have reasons to take gun damage. Hi, Pupty. Good to see you. Over in the red tree, we have 3 anima. Now, I'd like more anima. We just don't have skill points for that. We do have to take the 1 infusion because that means you get double instances of body and mind from Face Puncher. So with the ×14, instead of getting 14, we get 28 just by having this 1 point in infusion. Very worthwhile. Green tree, max mindfulness, as every driver build does, and 1 finder center. Something I talked about earlier is I would like to have points in vigor. It's just, again, there's no points for that. Samsara is really good here. It's more gun damage for the Pestilence and for the Face Puncher, but also the healing is huge. And this is a build where we are not surviving on lifesteal. We're surviving on Samsara plus Clarity plus Ratio plus Auto Idle. Elemental Projector is pretty self-explanatory here. We're always going to be dotting ourselves with Pestilence and with Driver, so we really want this increased elemental damage. Red suit is so that Pestilence doesn't kill us, but this also enables us to use Fish Slap safely. This is a build where you can fish your own feet and it never kills you, because it only does rad damage.
Good day, Quather. Welcome back, and I hope you had a nice vacation.
Hey, it's Akato. Thank you so much for the 15 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Vacation was great. Settling back in is awkward, but yeah, it's going. It's going. Thank you. Hey, still kicking. Good to see you. How's your vacation? It was good. It was good. I'm glad to be back for some reasons, but I really was enjoying myself. It's one of those things where love to go, hate to come back, but also love to come back. I had a good time. It's a dope build. I'm glad you think so. Brilliant Death by Fish is brutal. Yeah. You can just. So it's very nice. Anointments, damage and fire rate, terror on all the guns, so that we are never penalized by swapping weapons. Making sure that our weapon anoints are not tied to any particular action skill or activation is good because it means we have consistency. Also, the damage bonus granted by terror here is of the type that Amara has no access to other than Victory Rush, this anoint, and the combo Guardian Rank skill. And we do not have much combo because we do not shoot frequently enough. It's 2% per stack, and you have to shoot multiple times per second to get a decent amount. So we're never going to have more than like 2 stacks of that, meaning this is basically a fresh multiplier, especially because we're not running Victory Rush. And that's going to apply to all damage we do. Red suit, we've got Apply Terror, action skill end, to enable this. And that's better than melee generate terror because this allows us to keep stacking this in those long windows where we're not using Fish or Face Puncher at all. So if we're just Pestilence Nova spamming and using Tandava with the Guardian Angel for a room clear, then we still get our terror. Fish is self-explanatory. Driver, you might think Driver is kind of counterintuitive for a non-gun build, but it just kind of does everything we could possibly want for this build. The literal only downside is the loss of topped off, but that's mitigated by the upsides of Elemental Projector plus this ASE plus burn both ends. So pros. We get massive amounts of movement speed, great for speedrunning. We get gun damage, which is great for not only the Pestilence Novas, but the Face Puncher itself. Contrary to what a lot of people believe about how Amara works, the Face Puncher itself is a drop in the bucket of your overall damage in builds that take body and mind. Like, it is completely minor. However, since we want gun damage for another purpose, gun damage applying to the Face Puncher does make a lot of sense here. Action skill cooldown here is to mitigate not having topped off. Now, I could go with Grenade Radius instead. Like, this one has Splash Radius, Grenade Radius. There's a case for going Splash Radius, Grenade Radius, Splash Damage. But testing is why... why we're here. So, maybe I mess around with that. But since this is Splash, Body and Mind is Splash, Fish Slap is Splash, our action skill is Splash, having the Splash damage bonus here is good. And yeah, that's the setup. Worth pointing out that huge move speed is more fun for a speedrun too. It can be. We did have to reset that run to having too much movement speed. So crystals is something I'm going to have to practice. Crystals too, specifically. Probably have to find a spot where I just put my back to a wall. Hey, Sybil, how you doing? Takes a lot of restraint to not talk about Oslands. Feel free to talk about it. I always like to have the updates. Do you get Korean barbecue while on vacation? Almost. We were gonna, and then decided that we didn't feel like waiting that long, so got other food instead. Did go to this awesome place though. It's a like sushi and burger place, which sounds crazy. It sounds like a child was deciding, you know, the menu, but it fucking works. So good. Tool assisted speedrun laughing at you. Fair point. Getting a tool assisted run for Guardian Takedown without other mods, though, I don't see that happening because of the variance of certain spawns and like the Scourge teleports. Like, I don't know how you're gonna write a bot to like run the proper lines on that don't just cliff you immediately if you get the wrong teleport. Also, the RNG of diadem spawns. Like, you can completely route this out up through getting to the room where Crystals 1 is and having to clear those mobs. So the first 2 minutes of the run you can route and you can just write a script for. But then you get those spawns and the number of diadems you get is between 0 and 6. So like that's a big thing that affects your actual build crafting for speedrunning this. Like, diadems are the entire reason I have this kick charger. And the more I shoot the face puncher, the worse my kick charger gets, because I won't have overkill. Guardian Takedown have runs where there are more spawns, is that my imagination? It varies a little bit, Tom. It varies a little bit. You can have different sets of enemies. Basically, it has a limited number of sets of enemies that can spawn certain configurations, but which one you get changes run to run. For example, Revenants are a random spawn. They have 4 different spawn points throughout the entire run. You can get them 0 times. You can get them 3 times. It's random. Those are wholly independent of other sets of spawns. With the exception that them spawning in certain places will delay other spawns or platforms appearing. So the Revenant set that I got in that last run, right before Crystals 2, that one is always a time loss because it forces you to wait for them to spawn and then the platforms spawn after they're dead. So that one is the most detrimental set of RNG spawns in the entire run. It is always a time loss. There's no recovering from it. The other ones can work out to be neutral or even beneficial depending on what your build is doing and where you get them. Number of diadems you get in most areas of the takedown does vary depending on your RNG. Like right before the button to start Crystals 1, as I said, you can get between 0 and 6 diadems, including 0 and 6. During Crystals, sometimes you arbitrarily get diadems in waves they're not supposed to be. And then the same thing happens during your Scourge teleports. The first teleport you can have between 0 and 4 diadems. 0 is fastest, obviously. So, it varies. Sushi's your fave, so I guess you're living a childhood dream. Yeah. Just gonna say I still need to reduce the cooldown of more of the Amara action skills like I did for base face cast and face slam due to the changes to topped off. Yeah, it also depends on what you do to Expedite, if anything, what you do to Avatar, if anything, what you do to Restless, if anything. Diadems during Crystals 2 if the game hates you, that too. Like this skill is something that I always want Amara overalls to touch because Restless is such a dog shit value skill, as I'm sure the other theory crafters who dabble in Amara, Holo, and Stone Swan are here can attest to. It's so bad, but we still take it because Amara needs cooldown. But like, Zane gets 6% per point of commitment per stack of commitment without kill skill bonuses. So 1 skill point gets Zane 6% and 6% gun damage, whereas 1 skill point gets Amara 5%. And it's a skill you have to take instead of better things, like more tapestry or more alacrity or, anything good. It's just, it's frustrating. In the days before we had Expedite, and in the days after Expedite broke, but before it was fixed, it was one of those things that every Amara build took out of necessity. Now you have builds that can get away with less. But it's a very bad skill, because cooldown is also one of those stats that gets extremely undesirable the more of it you stack, because of how it calculates. Unfortunately for this build, I don't really have a better option. More alacrity makes it harder for me to animation cancel the Pestilence, even though it is better for the Face Puncher. And more Tapestry does nothing for me, so like 2 points Restless still make the most sense. Guessing a tool assisted run would need to force a starting seed. Yeah, you would need to agree upon in the community, like, a seed that they all run. Or certain, like, approved seeds, and then run those. Oh yeah, EchoCast. Forgot I was gonna do that. Yeah, Tandava hitting through cover is so useful for packs like that. In situations like that. Hopefully I have enough movement speed. Yeah, cool. Something to keep in mind with mindfulness stacks is you need an ASE of some kind to actually be able to hit your mindfulness cap. So the ASE 50 on Grenade is actually really crucial for this build. It's also what's allowing us to build burn both end stacks with self-damage, because otherwise that does not work that way. Mishandle those mobs quite a bit. Yeah, I did lose like 10 seconds to those enemies, but it's good practice. Good remnant. Good combo breaker chain there. A little dirty. Hey, Pragmatic. Hope you had a good vacation. I did. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was very nice. That's so unfortunate. Went down in a bad frame. The issues with movement speed. You lose all your momentum when you go down midair. All your horizontal momentum. So, like, you just kind of... This is why we practice. I need better positioning in that room. I could also stand to have better strats for, crystals, honestly. I should be killing fewer enemies. I just don't have self-control. I could save, like, 20 seconds on crystals if I just didn't kill as much. Expedite for now, I've had the bonus up, but I've not played around with Expedite much, so it's more like I'm waiting another opinion. If you're gutting topped off, then Expedite can honestly stay untouched. Until you start messing with the individual action skills. When you start doing that, then it gets muddier. My opinion would be to mess less with the base cooldowns before deciding on Expedite. Because I know that creates a situation where to get the good cooldowns you need to take Expedite, and that's how it is in vanilla. But, that's going to depend on what else you do to the other skills, because action skill builds still take Purple Tree. Gun builds still take that much Purple Tree. Melee builds still take Purple Tree. Like, I can't think of an Amara build archetype that doesn't take enough Purple Tree to take Expedite anyway, so it's moot. Obviously, if you want to have that much Purple Tree while having another augment, well, that changes things, but the thing with Amara's augments is most of them are shit. Stillness of Mind is useful, depending on your action skill, but it's generally useful. So, like, that's cool. But Soul Sap is borderline useless because you have other ways of sustaining anyway. It's more taken for it not having penalties than it having, you know, benefits. Allure is funny, but ultimately inefficient because it lowers your damage and forces an extra duration onto certain action skills, which delays your cooldown. Revelation is piss poor damage at the cost of damage. Glamour is good, but it's 20 points deep in Green Tree. So that just kind of leaves Expedite being the most beneficial and tied for least detrimental. Hey Swin, good to see you. Hope you're well. Moved all the damage and cooldown penalties, reversed them into damage bonuses. That's nice. You'll probably have to do a fair amount of tweaking with Revelation to get it to a point where it feels, you know, at all useful. Return of the King. Hey Carter, good to see you. Pretty good. How's Vacay? Vacay was good, Swin. Vacay was good. Right, Kevin? Kevin did not have a good time without me. Like, nothing happened. It's just he's very attached. Hat. Come on. Let me pet you. Soul Sap is still just because of its core function. Yeah. It's just redundant. Like, it's a survivability augment done in the least interesting way you could do survivability on the character that needs that the least. Like, if you completely remove lifesteal from Amara's kit, she's still ridiculously tanky. Because Samsara plus Clarity is bonkers healing. You get damage reduction from Helping Hands. And, like, that's just... That's just 3 skills. That's ignoring everything else she has. And gear. Like, lifesteal is a plague on game design in Borderlands games. Amara and Zane showcased that the best. Shield steal instead. Honestly, that'd be really cool. Hey, Urban Mac, how you doing? Yeah, making Soul Sap something other than lifesteal is definitely the way you do it in an overhaul mod. You just don't need it. Alright, let's get another attempt in. Overcorrected there. Yeah, I lost like 4 seconds to overcorrecting. How's the zooming going? It's going well. We've lost only most of the runs to having too much movement speed. So it could definitely be going worse. Got the Elemental Spots mod feeling pretty good. Nice. I love that jump. It's intentionally making a jump you don't have enough movement speed for after dotting yourself, so you know that your mindfulness stacks will stack up in midair from using the action skill. It's just cool tech. Too much speed. Still too much speed. I'm a little too passive on this run. That's recoverable. Another nice thing about playing Amara over how movement speed on, say, flat works is changing that movement speed in midair in general is just really useful for course correction. Something I'm not used to being able to do because of what I normally run. went well. Wasn't sure I had enough room there because I couldn't see. Turns out I did. That room went well. No, I hate when they do that. Seeing what's happening in BL3, what a silly request. You're not wrong. Honestly, based on what's happening right now, that extra investment in tapestry might not be a bad idea. I'd like to dot myself, please. Bad RNG. Bad throw. So this is on pace for like a 920? Assuming no more massive mistakes. Oh, not good. Yeah, I need to stop panicking with my my throws there. Like, I've done that fish slap lineup more than enough times. It's just trying to also line up the phase cast that trips me up. Because I need to do that phase cast whether I need the damage or not, to keep my other stuff cycled and active. And sometimes I get too close when doing it. Hey, Brett, how you doing? See, that was almost really bad. If they had shot accurately in that second where I was low HP, that would have been problematic. Oh, I guess this will be a little bit faster of an Anathema than I thought. Put an extra cycle in my head. Clutch. Now, sub 9 Anathema for Amara is generally quite fast, which is why I feel good about this build for taking record on this content. It's just there are a few areas where I need to be less inconsistent. It's my current problem. Like, I was very inconsistent with that. I lost like a whole 8 or 9 seconds right there. Even if I wipe here, I'm probably going to want to practice that before I reset. The phone was ringing. The phone never rings. Significant time loss. At least I landed that jump properly this time. I should really maybe not be greedy on this one and just do the hard crystal first. I don't need that extra time from the dialogue kill on this run. I don't think. I need consistency more than I need that. I should kill fewer of these too, but I need to get my clear the mind and body and mind active. Too much movement speed. The item actually helped. Oh, they're so aggressive. They're so aggressive. That was very ugly. Unhatted Quag. Hey, Nunu, how you doing? Lucky that one was as weak as it was, because that would have been a problem. Losing a lot of time on crystals too. I need to think of how to better handle this. Honestly, a Mesmer swap might be in the cards for this. Yeah, I gotta come up with different strats for crystals too. That was slow. Also, not missing very basic grenade lineups would be cool. No! Movement speed got me again. Reset. I didn't like that time anyway. So the Scourge kill is about, I want to say 3 minutes, 20 seconds? Something like that. At best. So I basically need to be getting into the Scourge fight at... With BBE, it might be better off starting with middle crystals too. Yeah, because it's just higher risk. I get a couple extra seconds of progress by doing it first. I just don't get the dialogue skip kill on that one pack, which is fine because I can one-shot them with a fish slap anyway. Yeah, so Butter has the Reki at 1734, excuse me. I put an 1840 something up before I went on vacation. I just didn't submit it. So I just need to save a minute and change. A minute on routing and then, 20 seconds on playing better. Okay. Yeah, I'll go middle crystal first this time. Order truly doesn't matter on crystals 1. I prefer going side, middle, side. I almost never do them in the same configuration, but middle's pretty much always second. I don't think there's a case for doing middle first or last. Although, depending on where I click the button, it might be better positioning for me to do it first. I don't think there's a significant time advantage from doing that, though. So, like... More tapestry seems like it would help me when I'm trying to apply those pestilent self-dots, but it wouldn't, because the times where I'm trying to do that, I don't have any stacks anyway. Like, it's not going to help me because I don't have any tapestry. And once I use my action skill, sure, but... that's not when I need it. So... as low value as it is, the restless point remains. Or the restless points. Bad skill. Hate that I use it. A little slow there. Probably shouldn't have hit the double cast there. We'll see if it matters. Yeah, that fish somehow got a kill. I don't understand how those are killing. Like, I'm not gonna argue, but it's weird. Ooh, that was well timed. Maybe still okay. Do not like this position though. Thanks, Pestilence. Huh. I had a bunch of time save there that I lost, but still finished in an okay position. Legendary in my video game? Oh yeah, that world drop? Unacceptable, honestly. Simply not rewarding. I don't play video games to achieve goals. I play video games to be starved of rewards. Clutch Tandavo moment. That hitting through walls is so valuable, I'm telling you. You don't suffer for your loot, you don't get internet points. So true, bestie. That was a good lineup. Ooh. Clean thus far. Gotta be careful not to run too far forward, because I can just catapult myself off the edge very easily. Probably shouldn't have used that cast there, but I can fill that gap with body and mind. Unless they miss their president like that. I walked forward too quickly. That's really bad. Luckily, Anathema was very forgiving in how it moved, but I did still lose, like, 5 minutes left.
Me walking
Hey,
down
Sora.
the street knowing full well that one wrong step causes the bump bug to open the gates of hell quagmire.
Okay, 845 Anathema. We'll take it. Thank you so much, Sora, for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Much better performance from me on that pack this run. Bad cast placement. Need to work on that. Mayhem water, everyone's favorite. And I missed the jump. That's okay. We're getting good practice in. So the reason I have to do that risky jump there is either I wait an extra 5 seconds or I go for that. Specifically because I do not have a rocket jump available to me. Like in terms of my weapon slots, I'd have to give up either the kick charger or the face puncher. And giving up the kick charger loses me too much time against diadems. I could attempt to shoot the guardian angel at the diadems, but I don't see that going well with the amount of movement speed. Platform was mean enough. Why did it make the platforms go invisible? I mean, it doesn't matter if they're visible or not, Tom. They're in the same place. I'm jumping at that platform before it spawns, so, like, it's entirely estimation anyway. It being visible doesn't change that jump. Pestilence Nova benefit from gun damage? It does. It does. Action skill damage, gun damage, splash damage, elemental damage, specifically radiation, but, you know, Like, on the surface, the platforms in this are frustrating. Um, but they're nothing. They're really nothing. Every single piece of platforming in the entirety of this takedown is skippable. All of it. Literally all of it. You just need enough movement speed and or a rocket jump. Some characters have difficulty reaching those movement speed thresholds on certain builds. But it's possible. And then even if you don't skip them, most of them are static anyway. Like the platforms right before Anathema, those do move and go invisible in a way that can be annoying because of the Saris. But you don't die for failing those. So there's that. And then the ones right before Crystals 2, those don't move either. And again, they're skippable. You get enough movement speed, you don't need to touch them at all. And there's no longer any platforms after that set. Because they removed those and replaced them with jump pads that are 1 second slower overall in the speedrun. You lose 1 second on each of those jump pads compared to what you could do before. Evidence, this is one of the sets that doesn't cost time, and if anything, these are actually beneficial because Rad on shields is a favorable matchup, so I'm able to kill them a little bit easier. Almost died there. It's been awkward. Hey Don, how you doing? Won't you do it? Okay, good. I'm knocking out my action skill over here. That's fine. Did I get the no diadem stuff? Totally did. Huh. Good RNG. Action skill miss was actually quite fortunate. Some kind of stray something hit me. Not entirely sure what. Might have been my own dots, actually. Yeah, that was totally my own dots. That's such an awkward way to lose time. Okay, that went well. Faster than the last couple runs. No items in this room either. It's another good spot of RNG. I didn't clench, you clenched. So awkward, ugh. A shitty way to lose time. To one zone, bad aim. Intentionally dropping my dot there to allow my shield to recover. I had to do that because otherwise my dots would have killed me on the slide. So more time lost to not die. Getting that extra Sarah kill got me my cooldown back faster, which is good. Yeah, if I'm particularly effective about killing the Sarahs, then this cooldown cycling is pretty even. Sorry I'm particularly quiet today, chat. I'm focusing up. This is, took many hours of this to get the flak run to where it is, and I kind of want to do the same for the Amara run. So, And this is actually a much more typical build to play for X10. That was a particularly good cycle. Okay, 845 again. I'm consistently getting around the 840 mark. Even with some rather frustrating time losses. Good momentum launch there. I'll have to remember to do that more often. Jumping out of a mantle stores your momentum from before the mantle. And then, of course, I run off a cliff. Be like that. We still learned something that run. Love the Banshee boss in Wonderlands as jump rope, but more deadly. Yeah, I really like that boss as well. It teaches good habits. It's placed at an early point in the game where you're still getting used to the core systems, but it teaches you things you'll need for other bosses. It's good design. Get the record already, we're needy. It took months of grinding against myself to improve flak record to the point where it has. Butter was grinding out the Amara category by himself for a while. So I'm thinking with me pushing it as well, if I start putting up vaguely decent times, Butter will further improve it. So that's how we get the optimal Amara tech. Hey Amber, good to see you. Catch a quiet stream after a long break, being very sick, and it's BL3, wow. Doing well, how are you? Most of the crystals show which way the line will be. Yeah, also the color is different, and her hand gestures are different as well. There's a bunch of tells. Like, one of the heights is purple, the other one is blue. I forget which is which, but that's the thing. Ooh, that was a good Revenant spawn. That was actually beneficial. Got a little spicier than I needed to here. I lost some time to it, but that's okay. Consistent sub 120s is definitely a very good starting point. Hey Priz, how you doing? Take the one item stuff. That's good. Oh, substitute items. That never mind. Fuck you, game. Hey, T-Dog. He has arisen. Wanted to not kill that one, but did not go according to plan. Okay, could have gone worse. Is it fastest doing left first and crystals? No. No, it doesn't matter which one you do first. Just which one I do honestly depends on what my muscle memory tells me to do. I kind of clock out for that mentally. To my knowledge, there's no speed advantage on doing one of those sides before the other. It's just generally fastest to do the middle one second. Again, that's with current strats. Ooh, that was faster. Cool. That was pretty smooth. Please dot. Please. Yes. Guess not. It's annoying. Let's not get greedy. an active struggle against my own greed in this fight. I guess part of the reason why I like Anathema, like, I always like to fight casually. I know some people hate it because repetitive immune phases. I get it. Part of why I like it from a speedrunning perspective is it's, you can also reduce it to a series of frame-perfect lineups, and that's very, like, you get a good sense of reward out of doing that well. Okay, that worked out. That was a recovery strat that I had never tested, and I was like, snap decision. Can I Pestilence? Glad that worked. We're 827 and out. We're seeing improvement. Practice is paying off. Hit the launch again, that's good. World drop in my Borderlands 3. Whee! Didn't oof it this time. That's good. As long as I don't die to my own dot here, be a big chillin'. Ooh, good kill off the bat with the Pestilence. That actually helps me out immensely. Good combo breaker RNG as well. Excellent. That went really fucking well. I'll take care of that in a bit, Don, after this run. Coming right up for you, Amber. Be like 10 minutes tops. Died him, that's not ideal. That was quite scary. Oh, anonymous gifter. Thank you for taking care of Amber. Don, I will get your channel points back, or you can transfer that to someone else if you'd like to. Up to you. Either way, after the run. Don't physics myself out of the circle, or square, geometry, whatever. Okay, so that's definitely safer than the other strat. It's just the question is, how much time do I lose by doing them this order? Possibly none. That one being... Oh, Remnant! Remnant the goat! Oh, I'm sorry for every time I've ever dunked on Remnant. That was so clutch. Looking very good here, time-wise. Like, if I play well, this is actually record. If I play well. Hey, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for 5 more gift subs. I appreciate it. I lost a couple seconds there. Bad grenade placement because my hands are shaking. The excitement. Pretty good. I don't think this is gonna wreck you, but this could second place. Oh, good bounce there. Yeah, it's not gonna wreck you, but this should be a second place run. I'm okay with that. Very okay with that. Yeah, that is second place. Um, 32 seconds about off of record. The animation lasted almost as long as the fight. Let me show gear and stuff. Silver medal. Great emote combo. Okay, let's see. Yeah, who would bank 400k points? Couldn't be me. Give me 1 second. Okay, you should have your points back now, Don. So, in terms of how to improve that run, my peeps gotta go do dad stuff. Do dad stuff. Love you, buddy. See you later. In terms of improving that run, I got very anxious towards the end. I don't have steady hands in general, but like, I don't know if you can see it very well. They're still wiggling a little bit. The hype, the excitement. So that plus just being generally reckless, I did miss quite a few fish lineups that could have cleared packs faster. I could have been slightly more aggressive with my handling of diadems on Scourge, but that would have only been the difference of like 3 to 4 seconds. Crystals too could have been a little bit cleaner, but it is very difficult, genuinely very difficult on this build to get good crystals 2 times. So I'm just happy that I got through it, honestly. And the mobs right before crystals too, I could have done that a little more cleanly as well. Used more fish, more face puncher, better accuracy with a face puncher. Basically, to get this build into first place, it's that run, but with like playing better. Like, we've got a good route. Doing the crystals in that order definitely locks up some consistency. And the movement throughout the run is pretty good. Use of mindfulness is just satisfying. Ooh, 0.01% more grenade damage. It doesn't apply to this build at all. Okay, so thinking. I could keep grinding that out and try to make that better, or we could mess around with the increased spawn stuff. If I was to start a challenge run playthrough on Amara, I'm thinking I want to go at least 10 times spawns. I would have a double jump and air dash mod. Dialogue skips, of course. But do you guys have other thoughts on what I should do? Should I start from Mayhem at level 1? Should I increase enemy HP at all? Should I go higher than 10 times spawns? Do I want any rebalancing to the character, like removing Blitz cooldown, for example, and then going true melee, increasing Blitz range for the same reason, stuff like that. I think I'm pretty confident that I want to do an Amara playthrough with increased difficulty of some variety. It's just figuring out the parameters. Double enemy HP too. I've got a bunch of ways of increasing HP already. Better Blitz melee sounds cool. Yeah, I think so too. Go elemental. I hate you. M1 enemies times 10, increase enemy spawns, increasing mayhem. Oh, so each time I increase the mayhem level, it just increase the spawns. That's an interesting idea. When would I increase the mayhem? Like, end game? Or, I suppose there's reasons why I'd want to, like, depending on what exactly I'm doing, I'd increase to M4 or M6 to add a drop to the pool. Like, going to M4 before doing Pain and Terror, for example, to get that EMP5. If I was doing anything with guns, then, you know, M6 there for back burner. But, other places to do M6 as well. Like, M6 for Katagawa Jr. is a no-brainer. And keep in mind, the increased spawn stuff, I can go really hard on that. Like, I could do, instead of 10 times spawns, I could do 40 times spawns. Like, that's a thing. I could do 69 times spawns. Interesting modded comps to try out. Smug has been working on some cool stuff in that department. It's not finished, but it's definitely of the flavor that I could get like a week of content off of just trying out the class mods that he's been working on. Very cool stuff. The idea behind it is making some class neutral legendary class mods. So like that every character can use, and tweaking which skills roll on them and stuff. Interesting idea. So like if you ever wondered what Peregrine on Zane would look like, it's a thing. Green Monster on Flack. Let me do this. The little spawns mean much. I won't just run to the spawn rate limitation. Probably gonna be skipping mobs just for pacing. Yeah, I would be skipping mobs a lot with that amount, which is why I think 10 is a decent point to start at. Minesweeper Gorilla of the Mist, yeah, melt the CPU. More like. Okay. So let me go into my hotfix loader. See what we're turning on. Another thing to note here is for this playthrough, I'd definitely be stepping into Arms Race at some point for some of the items. So a lot of the stuff applying to Arms Race could be very interesting. Like 10 times spawns Arms Race is already like, oof. I could put cartels on for the whole playthrough as well, honestly. increase balls without a mod, big fan. Yeah, Cartels goes unreasonably hard. Okay, I'm just fiddling in Notepad, removing some of the changes from a thing. Never unlocked all the guardian rank skills, so mod testing's giving me a lot of progress in that regard. They added some of them post-launch, so yeah, some people who only played early on never saw all of them. I think overall guardian rank perks are a good system, especially because they're toggleable. There are some that are unreasonably strong, like too angry to die is a little too much. For example. But there's some that do just get a bad rap. Like, people attribute way too much to Groundbreaker. Groundbreaker doesn't fucking do anything if you don't have damage already. And like, the common logical fallacy of, oh, Groundbreaker melee build. No, no. To this day, I mean, last time I played, people were asking if Rackstab is carried by Guardian rank, and the answer is no, you can just turn the system off entirely. Because, Groundbreaker does the least for melee builds out of any build type. It's, doesn't change that it's what people talked about a lot. So. Trying to figure out which one of these notepad things I have the blitz stuff into. I need to put both of those into one hotfix, so I can just not have to fiddle with this again. So bear with me while I look through my mods folder. This one has a lot of action skill stuff, removing penalties, augments. Class mod buffs. Let me grab. I'll run an ad for you guys while I fiddle. Still here. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay, removing cooldown from Blitz, and then this other mod has the range increase on it. I'm gonna grab that too. And that one. And that one. I'll check all these. Oh yeah, there it is. AQCZ, once again, legend. Okay, so that's enabled. Better movement. I don't think I'll need to turn on reduce spawn delay until later, so that can stay for now. 10 times spawns. Just give Empowered Gron 1 quadrillion health because it doesn't actually matter. Could do that. What do you guys think about me turning on unrestricted skill trees just so I can put a skill point in Blitz at the start and just go from level 1? Does that seem fair? Just make my first skill point Blitz and then play as normal, leveling up from the start. Just do melee only like that.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Jake's a good boy. Okay, so I think that's a good spread of stuff. Restart my game. The Enforcer and Hunter branches at 125, the Survivor one at like 50, 60, it's now at 90 just from this modded playthrough. Very nice. Give me a link to improve Blitz stuff, because it sounds like something I want to include in Oscillants. I just grabbed the Blitz changes from 2 different mods on GitHub. One's CZ's Improved Melee Amara. The other one was, I think it's another CZ mod. It's just... Here, I'll DM it to you on Discord. I just grabbed them both and put them in a notepad file. There you go, sent. Both from CZ. Yes? Verify. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Looks like Jake missed you. They both did. Kevin in particular. Kevin was like, hey, you don't need pillow. I'm pillow now. They both get some separation anxiety. Yeah, Kevin's right behind my chair. Jake's on my lap.
So, you want to hear a story, huh? A tale of adventure across the stars. Come, listen to old Marcus. Have I got a story for you? My tale begins...
It's still weird to me to not pick flak whenever flak is, like, presented on my screen. Because I don't have a problem, you have a problem. It's one of those things that has to play out anyway, even though the dialogue isn't here. Yeah. Okay, we got our double jumper. Air dash hitting certain terrain as well. Interesting. Gotta have our style correct, though. Shrine Saint is such a cool skin. Easily my favorite head for any of the characters in this game. Like, look at that. And I always like Bad Astra. Left the door to go into MTD and my game crashed. Did you look at the vendor too hard? Like, from across the takedown? Are you sure you didn't look at the exact pixel that through 5 walls is the vendor before Valkyries? And we'll keep guarding rank on... Won't matter that much here. Just lets us have QOL things. Holy shit, Claptrap, hurry up. I've not done a level 1 start to this game in a bit. Level 13 start was such a good post-launch edition. Okay. Let's punch things. No, I should put on the badass combustor. So I'm wondering if Time Spent Spawns even kicks in for Covenant Pass. A lot of mods leave out this map because, like, nobody cares about it. Seems like that's the case, but that's fine. Should kick in the droughts, at least. How did my Wonderlands muscle memory kick in there? That's amusing. I was like, yeah, you go up and to the right. Oh boy, red chest event for you guys. That didn't help me. You know, optimally I should have save quit. To kill another 2 enemies. To hit level 2 before shift. But it's fine. Shocked at how poorly that went. How come that doesn't blow that up? That went better. Okay, yeah, action skill here, and then we'll get Blitz on the next level. So this also means we get, like, augments and stuff early as well. I don't plan on taking advantage of that currently. What action skill do I want for now? I guess Phase Slam, because movement. Hi Felicia, thank you for the 29 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Funniest lands muscle memories when you try to slide her mantle in BL2, then it hits you. Ugh, pain.
Qua.
Qua. So I do have diamond keys and vault card keys. I'm not above using those on this playthrough. Be cool if I got Iridium from one of these. No, just keys. That's fine. I'm 1 key short of getting a GA. This is rigged. Old man question, there a meaningful difference between OWO and UWU. OWO is more sexualized. Is the gist of it. Stop stealing kills, Lilith. Talk to Lilith. Oh, sorry. Speak to Lilith. This time. It's speak to Lilith. That's totally different. Now we follow Lilith. good to know, and hopefully it can spare me future embarrassment. So it's kind of like that old meme. It's someone texting with like their mom in like 2011 or something, where said mom thought LOL meant lots of love. So in like condolence messages over the loss of a relative, she was using LOL. That kind of embarrassment. I didn't know what SMH meant until like 2020. I don't know how to feel about that, but there it is. SMH, hey rabbit. SMH my head. Wait for Lilith. There's something you can delete to make this, like, instant. Forgot what. Only learned what Rolf was recently. Rolf is in the character from Ed, Edd n Eddy, the son of a shepherd. Hate you? No, you don't. Learned all those acronyms only after joining Discord. Before that, didn't need to use them. Exactly. Like, when you're online enough to know what SMH and poggers mean, something's gone wrong in your life, but, like, may as well. I should check vendors, because this is a Borderlands 3 playthrough. Hate it when my floor laughs. Air's gone, you're not wearing a tank top. It's cold, and I didn't feel like wearing a hat. My head was itchy. This is just how long my hair usually is, Rabbit. I just normally wear a hat. Okay, Blitz. Now we're in business. Need a little more damage. But Blitz has no cooldown, and we have increased range. So we can really go crazy here. Whoa, look at that range. I'm gonna double check my BL3HM to make sure Time Spent Spawns is here. It's so hard to tell with these areas that I haven't spent thousands of hours in. Like, you can tell instantly with the takedowns. I think it's the most fun build for Amara. I think that's going to be entirely subjective vibes, because the thing is, different people will find different things fun, for example. Like, some people treat these games as gun games. Like, they were like, hey, I want to pew-pew this gun until this enemy dies. I don't like doing that at all. So my preferences are generally different. I really like action skill-focused builds for Amara, in particular. I did just earlier in the stream take the second place time for True Guardian takedown speedrunning on Amara using an action skill build of my own invention. So that was cool. I tend to like non-gun stuff, whether that's melee, action skills, grenades, things of that nature. The way I see it, if I wanted to play, you know, a gunplay-focused thing, I'm not gonna play Borderlands for that. Borderlands is at its best when it's being unconventional. Shock Skag, huh? So Illuminated Fist isn't necessary because I always have Blitz. Great boss. Especially BL3, I think the skills are super fun here. I agree, I agree. It would feel like a wasted opportunity to me if I didn't lean into that, you know? So for each of the characters, I enjoy my driver pestilence action skill stuff on Amara. I run a pet and ground slamming build on Zane. I do a, I guess you could call it melee build on Flak. And for Moze, I do either grenade or ground slam builds mostly. Hey Jay, how you doing? Dash and Blitz level 3, I think we need to catch up BL3's modding. Well the air dash and double jump stuff, yeah, that's from a super secret in progress mod sort of deal. But the Blitz at level 1 is just from an unrestricted skill trees mod. Or, you know, you can put any point anywhere, you have all the augments available instantly. I'm just doing that for the purposes of this playthrough so I can start with Blitz. And then I've got a separate mod, which is just features combined from 2 other mods to allow me to have longer range on Blitz and no cooldown on it. I figured that'd be appropriate for this, where I'm doing melee only, melee plus action skill, I guess. And let me double check. The intention is to do ×10 spawns. Make sure that's actually on. Yeah, that's on. I can always increase the difficulty if we feel that this is too simple. Like, I could just turn on Mayhem and start cranking enemy HP. But something very interesting is early game Amara is better outside of, or in Mayhem, excuse me, rather than outside of Mayhem. Because Phasecast, for example, has terrible damage at low levels, and would be proportionally better with Mayhem scaling and the things provided in there. Baseline is fine, but Phasecast isn't. Rack Attack is not in the boat to the same degree, but it's definitely assisted more by being on Mayhem than it is by not. Oh, that's not the hijack button. Oh, don't blow me up. I was greedy. So the presence of Blitz already, like I said earlier, means I don't need to prioritize Illuminated Fist. It is melee damage, so I will be taking it at some point. But I don't need it yet. What do I take to start with? Personal Space won't do anything for me until I get an ASC 50, which won't be until after this Pandora section, so that can wait. Heavy Rain would help Phase Slam damage. No Mistakes in Nature is the most immediate access to melee damage I have. I guess I go No Mistakes in Nature to start with. That'll get me to Expedite fast and Combo Breaker. Sure. Game I want to get, can't buy it till it's released, can't pre-order it. Well, that's okay, Rabbit. You have shit taste in games anyway, so... It won't be good. Don't worry about it. He's mad because I'm right. Can I just have the overworld instead? I would love the overworld. We could hit up Demo Skagen. But like doesn't give me anything useful. Trying to think of the first thing I might want to farm. Actually, Lavender Crawley. Linoge Blades. Yeah, Lavender Crawley. Where is that? Forgot how to get there. Is that even this map? Is that it back there? I'll go over here and see what's here anyway. Hey, Mrs. P, good to see you. Hope I'm doing well. I just got back from my vacation yesterday. So, time is weird. No, that's definitely not over here. Time is strange. But I'm settling back in. I thought that was nice. It was great. It was great. At least get a little XP doing this. Okay, yeah, moving on. I have this urge of playing BO3. I didn't appreciate it enough before. I feel like that's a situation a lot of people ended up in, because, like with a lot of popular, shit. Whoops. I didn't mean to okay. Well, that was on me. Like with a lot of popular IPs in, I was gonna say gaming, but in anything, really. Here. The newest entry just gets dragged, whether it deserves to be or not. The newest entry gets dragged. It's just the way of things. And like with every other Lands game, BL3 did have some problems at launch, but those got ironed out quickly. BL3 received the most, you know, tender love and care over its life cycle. Yeah, Lavender Crawley's over here, I remember now. Out of any of the Lands games. but a lot of people did jump ship before it got those things. BL3, as of November 18th, 2021, or I suppose more accurately, at some point last year, PlayStation Crossplay happened. So BL3 until BL3 as of like June 2022 is a very different experience than BL3 in September of 2019. There are a lot of people willing to give, say, Borderlands 2 the benefit of the doubt, and that game changed a lot over time as well. But a lot of those same people weren't around for those changes to happen, so they don't understand that it didn't happen right away with BL3. K6 has expressed these things in long form over on his channel as well, but people have a short memory when it comes to life cycles of these games. So depending on when you played it, it might be a totally different game from what you remember. Hey, 9, thank you so much for the 14 months with the 6th streak. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Ouch. Can I even hit anything here? Okay, these are level 6. So I think I need... Using Blitz while down is funny, though, I must say. Okay, so I need a little more... need a better element matchup. Or... a little more support from my gear for this. We'll come back to Crawley. The idea behind hitting this was I wanted a COV pistol for the blade, for some melee damage. But, I don't really need to stress that, because Promethea, we get the Psycho Stabber anyway. It's really not a big deal. I can come back if I find myself needing the damage for Mouthpiece or something. And I do not want to grab Blight Tiger for my augment without actually earning that. So I'm not going to. Meaning we'll come back to it. Constructed this ass Frozen Heart Faceland build with a gun dot slow hand on the side just in my first MTT, and it's so fun. Nice. Yeah, I should just go start Frozen Heart with Phase Slam, and then Corrosive Element with Flesh Melter. And then you get Corrosive Unweave the Rainbow as well. It's one of those things I was messing around with last stream, where we were doing the 10 times spawns, 50,000% HP takedowns. Works out really well. You get good consistent healing, crowd control, damage. Frozen Heart's just one of my favorite items. It's got so much depth to it. It's good gear-based healing. It's well-rounded in terms of its stats overall. The Nova has extreme range, and by it forcibly enabling cryo-based gameplay without having to fiddle around with efficiency and stuff, it makes a bunch of playstyles more accessible. It's a really well-designed item. Right, before we get into this section, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. This cat is so offended that I got up. Still right behind my chair, but he just stared at me until I sat back down. Still highly unoptimized gear, probably, but I'm comfortably playing an M3 with adjusted values. Not too trivial, also feels like BO3. That's good. I should grab these claptraps for XP. I just remember they existed. Already missed 2. Oh, that's so satisfying. Double jump into Blitz? That's that good shit. Thought about something you said. I've been enjoying more to play games after I quit watching a lot of YouTube or even reading Reddit. Feels like you enter an endless loop of negativity. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, the thing with media in general is negativity regarding media has better reach on social media. Just in general. Like, you'll see these video essays on how this game failed and stuff that get ridiculously amplified. But you never see people talking about how they liked a thing. And the thing about stuff like that, or content in general, especially over on YouTube, is it just gets circulated forever. Like, one of my BL3 build videos, which I did not do very frequently, but from years ago, just started popping up in people's feed, like, while I was on vacation for no reason. And it's not the most up-to-date version of the build. So imagine people who make these long-winded rants on shit that was never true about the game 4 years ago, 3 years ago, still getting circulated now. It's just permanent. It's there. You can't get rid of it. So it does help to disconnect and form your own opinions about stuff. Some of my favorite games have been things that have had their rough patches that I learned to enjoy on their own merit. Outriders has not had a smooth launch of anything ever. The servers have just been awful, always. And it's had its fair share of balancing and accessibility issues throughout its lifetime. But I've always enjoyed Outriders. Back 4 Blood had a rocky road. Godfall. All games that very early on people decided were the things to trash. I don't know. I've gotten thousands of hours of enjoyment out of those. So as you said, Vibes, it's easy to enter that negative feedback loop of I want to seek out thing and I want to bond with these other people by shitting all over it, regardless of whether it's good or not. And enough people want to see that's what everybody sees. So you'll still have people running around saying things like, oh, BL3 was a flop that killed the franchise. No, BL3 was extremely successful. It was generally the most well-regarded of the games from a gameplay perspective. But a handful of, let's call them the old guard, have a few persistent opinions that have never held any actual water, but because they have an audience and they make content, those things continue to circulate. It's that simple. Feels like they want the game to fail so they can talk about it. Yeah, it doesn't matter how the game does. And this is not isolated to just Borderlands, or even just gaming. This is media in general. A new show comes out, a new movie comes out. There's gonna be people who are waiting to pounce on it regardless of whether it's good or not. That's just how it works. Sometimes whatever it is isn't good. Sometimes it is, though. Like, for example, there's a bunch of people who are massive Marvel movie haters. I'm not gonna say their art or anything. But I got some enjoyment out of those movies. However, I did go see the new Ant-Man movie this week, and it was pretty bad. So, like, I try to go into things with a positive outlook. Sometimes things are bad. I generally think people should, try things, though, because a lot of this stuff is subjective. People want different things out of different media. Like, some people consume Borderlands as a purely narrative thing, and there's some off-putting elements of Borderlands 3 narratively that a lot of people don't like. I personally don't care much about that, so it doesn't bother me. There's some things that I've wanted to like that turned out not to be what I hoped for. I think just content creation in general, when combined with social media, has done way more harm than good, says the content creator. I love the design of the mouthpiece fight. Like, the arena doing this, it's like Anathema Light. Like, there's a lot of similarities between Mouthpiece and Anathema. It's just, it's a low-level fight. Very passive enemies in general. So you don't often have a long engagement time in it. Bought the game yesterday, finally. 19 euros for deluxe on Steam is a no-brainer. Zane enjoyed it a lot. Hey, glad to hear. This game goes on sale pretty often, and it's just a great grab. I believe it's on the PlayStation Plus catalog as of a couple days ago, right? Goes on sale on PC very often. You just get a lot of time for your money spent from this game. I have, somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,500 hours across all the platforms I've played this game on. Started on PS4 at launch, switched to PC with DLC 1. And, you know, played on Epic, and now I play on Steam. I've bought the game for a bunch of friends, given away a bunch of copies out of pocket. It's just one of those things I want people to enjoy the way I do, you know? Both of the names for the takedown areas are so cool. They really are. The area names within the takedowns are also great. Like the first place you go into in the takedown at the Guardian Breach is called Once More. Once More into the Breach. This is clever. Malawan takedown is based on Norse mythology, so a lot of the enemies and area names feed into that. Did a good job with the boss arenas. Yeah, I think so too. Especially going through for the first time, some of them I was like, wow. Like Grave Ward is just, it's very simple now that we all, you know all we do about the game. But hitting Grave Ward for the first time, I was like, this is cool. I really like Troy as a fight. I still think that like a raid level Troy fight would be some of the coolest shit we've ever had in Borderlands. Like, a Troy fight with more going on would go really hard. Okay. I forgot to spend points on the last one. I guess I just take more no mistakes in nature here, honestly. Like, I could... I'm probably going to want to respec and get Samsara later on. That also gets me towards Finder Center and all that. That can wait for now. I'll just stick with this. $13 in game, still just in the middle of the second area. Kind of enjoying the process of the looting, trying out weapons. Have a few legendaries, 20k cash, don't have anywhere to spend yet. Lovely game where you choose your own pace. Exactly, and experimentation is a huge part of the enjoyment of this game. They took a lot of care to make sure that in the late game, the end game content, like the vast majority of items and skills and strategies are viable. So you can do a lot of weird stuff. Like, this is a game where you don't have to use guns at all. You don't have to. Guns aren't even the most optimal way of clearing for most pieces of endgame speedrunning. One weapon aside. You can do ground slam builds, grenade builds, focus around a particular action skill. And even then, there's multiple ways of making certain things viable. It's cool. There's a lot of depth. Experimentation, absolutely your friend. Hey, CC, how you doing? I grabbed a couple of your blitz changes for this. No cooldown, more range. I can't tell if times 10 spawns is working on Pandora at all. Might only be certain areas. I don't know. This doesn't feel like times 10 yet. I confirm that it's definitely on. At the very least, we'll be turning on cartels when we get to Sanctuary. So that'll be more enemies. As a vacation, it was good. It was good. It was odd coming back to, like, using a PC after not doing that for over a week. But it was good to be somewhat less online. For some more real-life stuff. Welcome back, Amber. I think I've ever published any mods related to Blitz other than removing cooldown. Might be someone else's. Yeah, might be... I thought I double-checked, but I could have just looked at the same tab twice, so I wasn't paying attention. There's, your cooldown one, then you did a melee one too, right? Might have been that other person, though. I'll have to double check. I don't have the command set up for what mods I'm running for this playthrough. It's still the last BL2 playthrough I did. Set that up between streams, I think. I always want to make sure modders are properly credited, because they do some good work. Blitz and Fight for Your Life's just funny. I'm never gonna get over that. Oh, also, CZ, I grabbed second place for TGTD with that the Pestilence setup on Amara today. I could get first, but I'm bad at the game. Wrong mods? Yeah, like I said. I've not updated that as of yet. Setting new records on his first day back. It's, like, I can get first on that. I'm only about 30 seconds off of first. I just frankly need to have better aim. That's the issue. What was it, chat? It was 1805 was my time? 1805. Give proper credit? Of course. Interesting the pestilence setup clears that fast. It's because it's the same principle as like Rackstab, where you have one thing that's doing a lot of damage, so you just want to boost. You want to use as many things that share that formula as possible, and like your action economy. You want to make sure you're spending your time to do as many beneficial things as possible. So with the Pestilence, you're weaponizing swapping weapons, and you're benefiting from all the stuff that is boosting your actual action skill, but also gun damage. So it's just a bunch of pieces that fit very well together. And Pestilence is doing self-damage, so Driver's a nice fit there. Elemental Projector's a nice fit there. Where am I going? How do I do this? Oh, yeah. Over there. I remember. Remember this part of the game now. Is this where that claptrap is? I neglected to grab. Oh, I know what I'm looking for now. Times on sponsor and game the mod Harley Effects playthroughs. Yeah. I couldn't remember which areas it worked on, but that's okay. It works in Arms Race, right? Could be Mandela effect, but I remember it functioning there. I wonder. Double jump pog moment. Oh, that's totally doable. Haha. More effort to do this than to just go through normally, but it was funny. Arms Race, Circles of Slaughter, takedowns, confirm it works. So, yeah, we're gonna be stepping into Arms Race. At the very least, for early access to Tensei. Not because we're going to be using the gun bonus element aspect of Kensei, but because melee damage skills. That's why you do that without the double jump dash, no worries. Listen, let me dream. Let me feel superior with my cheating. As facilitated by Cheater Zone 47. Ooh, tank. Can I even kill this? You would drop a skin. I hate you. I don't know if I have the damage to kill this. Ooh, badass Combustor Nova actually helped out a lot there. Let's go. Nice. Yay. A Phasor. Doesn't benefit me, but cool that it happened. Oh, I gotta call the elevator back down. Unfortunate. Does that have a blade? No. No. Wait, no, it does. Huh? Oh, there it is. It's a little tiny. So that is beneficial. Hey, Snowspawn. The fuck do you have this crazy movement? Thought it was BL2 mod. Also, welcome back. Good to see you. There is a BL3 mod for double jump and air dash. And also, I have no cooldown and longer range blitz. Oh, this badass is chonky. Is officially zooming. There we go. It's not about the size, it's how you use it. You could even argue sometimes you could have too much size. Too big of a blade makes it hard to do anything with you know? The Leech? Ooh, Leech can be anointed now, yeah. Guts, Dragon Slayer from Berserk, though. That doesn't count. Guts is the literal walking personification of big dick energy. Sometimes Amara sounds so fun, to be honest. Has a bind moment. Wag, where's your hair? Micro, I never have hair. I just always wear hats. How you doing? Beanie wearing ass. Yes, I wear an. I was gonna say I wear an ass on my beanie too. Technically, that's true. I wear a beanie on my ass as well. Better question: where's your beanie? Also my ass. Oh yeah, that's a crash there that happens. Of how well optimized PL3 is. It's amazing. I think that one's actually because of dialogue skip. Doing certain things with dialogue skip on certain areas causes fucky wucky. Is Quag silent today again? Shouldn't be. I can hear him. Okay, I couldn't. Wait, no, me. Like the redemption, the channel play redemption we're talking about. Worked earlier. Yeah, no, I just redeemed it. It didn't pop up in OBS at all. I guess it's Twitch being Twitch. Because it worked at the start of the stream, right? Robbed. Unforgivable. How you doing, Control? Quag, Quag, Quag sad, Quag. Yeah, I'm excited to jump on an arms race with this stuff. I'll probably want to hit level 13 first. But going into arms race and grabbing a Kensei and a Beskar would be very, very beneficial. Important questions since Chad Sire's thing in the Discord. Where is Chad Sir? We don't have Chad Sir. Great man, glad to see you. Hope you had a relax and stuff. I did have a relax. I had a good relax. It was a great relax. I can take another there. And also grab Science Booster. Roid health charge. That's tempting. Keep the combustor on right now. Yeah, level 7 to Sanctuary is a little early. But Stallion Milk makes a lot of sense. But XP. We'll wait to grab that until I'm actually going to be in combat. Yeah, so I just need to make sure I'm strong enough to fight Borman Nates, which I'm probably not right now. Anything of significant use I can grab from the DLCs. Honestly, initiative from DLC 2 wouldn't be terrible right now. I could maybe get lucky and get a golden rule from DLC 1 very early. Nothing from 3 helps me. Got a singer. Now start to balance that thing. Oh yeah, let me check the other vault card. I didn't check all of these. So I could grab a Blade Fury. That'd be silly of me to do. That'd be very disingenuous. Manuel's funny with this, because the Manuel effect is activated by Ground Slams, and in this mod, the Ground Slam is replaced by an Air Dash. Pyro Burst. Keck W. Could grab a Schluter. But I don't have an artifact slot for a while. Gold Rush, my beloved. Unironically, I would love to have a Gold Rush here. Just put it on this one for the dailies. Forever unappreciated by the community. Doesn't help that it was gutted instantly. How many golden keys do I have? 26. Could have the diamond armory as well. I have a few of those. Capacity, fleet. Ooh, Roid safe space. Delay turtle fleet. Another thing I could do is as soon as the first mission of DLC 6 becomes available, I could just go there and get a Revolter. Because that would be available before Frozen Heart is. And before Ward. So I don't have much Iridium. That would be good, though. Reload speed isn't... We'll wait. Maybe I do the Nog Potion mission to get that into the pool so I can get an AC 50 on it. Having cartels on also means I can get Fish Slap. Yes, hi, Mommy. I mean, Moxie. I mean, Mommy. I mean, Moxie, the streamer. I mean, Moxie, the other streamer. There's like a bunch of streamers named Moxie. Vaguely amusing. Also a bunch named Amber. Also true. There's not that many named Quag. There are some, but not that many. I didn't know there were things here that I didn't own. That's cool. Friend doesn't like when I call them mommy for some reason. I mean, moms are great. It's pretty much a compliment. I think respect people's comfort levels there. You can call me mommy if you need to, T-Dog. I will bear that burden. Buy this now so I don't forget. Chat Momsen sounds way better than the alternative. Do not say the alternative. I won't. I won't. I call you Maddie and keep it gender fluid? Based. I like it. Got a mommy Quag, you're a quangel. That sounds vaguely like it's gotta be a slur in some language. Like, I feel bad saying that. How many diamond keys do I have? I have 4. Acquires level 10. I didn't know that. I had never tried to use a diamond key this early. I mean, you don't really get to Sanctuary this early usually either. Think your brain is just pissed at you for making it have to decipher words with cues? That's probably it. What do you mean, talk to Lilith? What do you mean? I was all ready to go. Nope. Gotta tell you to see Ellie? Oh, yeah, makes sense. Go make mouth noises at glowy giraffe lady. You know, glossy giraffe lady also works. Though she doesn't glow right now. She's probably still glossy. Lilith, how's your lip gloss game? Lilith. Lilith. It's not glossy. So we can go cryo now. Which means we'll have a slightly better elemental matchup against flesh. Instead of negative, it'll be neutral. Not too much in the way of armored enemies to worry about, so we're not going to really benefit. But even against those, it's going from negative to neutral. Negative to slightly positive, rather. Shielded enemies, it's worse, but the shields aren't that beefy right now anyway. Oh, yeah. Now I kind of want Violent Tapestry for the cryo efficiency. Hey Stump, how you doing? We could do DLC 4 for a Muse. That seems like a good play here. Oh, cartels. Alright, come on, Lore. Hurry up. Hurry up. Yeah. I'll eventually have a grenade in the Earl loot pool anyway from Whispering Ice. Like, I'll do Nog Potion at some point, but side quests in general can wait right now. Do want to go over here because Forminates. Or if I can make it so any character can inherently throw grenades and fight for your life. Probably. I mean, you could just add that effect from To the Last to, like, a Guardian rank perk. That would accomplish it. Oh, I knocked him off. That's awkward. Please drop a Psycho Stabber. It's not a Psycho Stabber. I mean, Sawbar is cool and all, but it's not a Psycho Stabber. One of the best changes Wonderland's made, even though it's spells and not grenades. Yeah, absolutely. Another thing I'm missing from Wonderlands right now, two things. You know, selling stuff to vendors without going into the UI, and also being able to hold down your melee button. Gotta suffer for it? Ah, yes. This is rewarding gameplay. See, why do something like grind out a speedrun record with proper execution over a long period of time and use of game knowledge when you could instead put your face in an RNG blender? Doesn't that sound great? Tapestry for efficiency. I don't have the AAC yet for personal space to help me. Go clarity, work my way down to Samsara. Go tapestry for now. Why are you back to that? Weird. Hey, Archie Ninja, how you doing? New haircut? No, my hair's been like this for a couple weeks. I just, I wear a hat often enough no one sees my hair. But thanks for asking. Oh boy, more RNG. Yay. I could at least do Malawannabes, so those guys are here for messy breakup, but like, I mean a messy breakup. What are you doing, Jake? He's a cat. He's just a cat and he's on cat. There you go, cat. This cat, hello. You are a good boy. I guess every save code I need to forcibly select that again because Blitz just doesn't remember. cartel Borman Nates. Got a lieutenant. Ow. Holy shit, Roaster, you hurt. Guess that's nice XP. Oh, another lieutenant. Okay. How do I hit these consistently? Okay. Switch back to shock. It's still cryo. Blitz is a functional action skill. Or not action skill, I should say. Functional ability. I do just die from fall damage. Totally did. Well, that was chaotic. Still no better melee stat stick yet. I'll even just take a double-bladed COV at this point. Come on. A Wyvern would be pretty okay, too. Because I could get a real splash on it for some Phase Slam damage. If I don't have the Phase Slam Anoint. Effectively widens the Anoint pool of stuff that would be useful to me. Recharge Fleet. That's kind of counterproductive. But like... it's good topped off uptime. Fleet doesn't help though. That was a recharge Vagabond. That'd be really sick. Still get some value out of Badass Combustor right now. But it was so much easier to get dedicated drops before Wonderlands. Fuck off. This isn't fun. The only reason I've not given up on this by now is because this is also XP, and I need to hit level 13 for Arms Race anyway. Level 10, so I could go hit the Diamond Armory, but I'm gonna save that for, so some of my gear doesn't get outpaced too quickly. Name isn't Borman for nothing. This is your hourly reminder that dedicated drop farming is the weakest part of this entire IP. No matter how much some people love it. course not. Still need 5 more points over here to get down to Combo Breaker. Do a more Tapestry. I think I'll just go Unweave the Rainbow. Really double down on killing frozen things. Razor Hurry cooldown Ray Jacobs crit. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's real good. That was real good. Fleet adaptive. That's good. Gonna buy that. Just in case I don't get anything super nice from Diamond Armory. Yeah, the plan is to do this until either level 13 or a Psycho Stabber drop. So we could be here for a while. It's fine. Should be in kill range as long as he doesn't BL2 me and run away. He tried. Oh, finally. Okay, we're good. There's a Psycho Stabber. We're good. Ugh. So, the annoying thing about Psycho Stabber, now that we actually have it, is COV weapons have a lot of annoying animation lockouts on transitioning between various animations. Now, some of them can be sped up with swap speed or reload speed, but some of them can't. So going between action skills and melee is one of the ones that can't be sped up. So for whatever reason, they made the melee stat stick of the manufacturer that is least conducive to working melee into your active flow of gameplay. Don't know why they did that. So yet another improvement that happened in Wonderlands was the optimal stat sticks are not COV Skulldugger for melee. They're Hyperius or Doll, depending on what you're doing. Hyperius or Dahlia. Which don't have those problems. Kill the Maliwan, guys. So I could do Malawannabes here for more XP and also turning on the messy breakup farm, but I don't really think I need to. Blitz one-taps things now. Stat 6 make a huge difference. Okay, I don't know why Face Slam just couldn't hit that guy, but that's cool. It'd be cool to have certain skills in Arms Race. Like, I maintain that the bare bones experience is one of the strengths of Arms Race, but imagine if you could have, like, on any character, you just get Blitz, like access to Blitz, access to the last, little things like that that don't necessarily scream, hey, this class. I think that could be a good time. Clarity do harm from rest mindfulness. Mindfulness point could be good. So kind of sad they didn't expand on Arms Race. They haven't expanded on Arms Race yet. Remember, I considered Digipeak the precursor to takedowns, and there was, what, 6 years between Digipeak coming out and Mal 1 Takedown coming out? Oh, here's the 10 times spawns. Here they are. Oh, yeah, yep. Yep. So yeah. 10 times spawns. It took a while for us to find them, but here they are. So this is why I felt like allowing myself things like Blitz and Guardian Rank was fine. Take Ebb and Flow. Or there is too much stupid Battle Royale. It's hard to ever tell how damaging shitty community feedback is to these games, because, like, as a dev, how do you filter out good faith feedback and mindless whining? Like, even the good faith feedback is not done from the point of view of people who actually know what goes on behind the scenes, right? Like, I like to make more measured feedback when I can, but fundamentally, gotta remember, I'm not a game dev either. I don't know what's within their means, I don't know what matches their creative vision, I don't know what they have the time and the people for, like, I don't know either. Fundamentally, don't fucking listen to fans, even ones who know what they're talking about. But, when you want to please your fan base and have that good relationship with them, sometimes you do listen to things that vocal categories of the fan base are talking about. And that's how you end up with bad changes. Like the world drop nerf that happened with DLC 6 in this game. Did not address the problem that people were complaining about, but, you know, the people who don't know what they're talking about led the charge. So I end up with things like bosses and Wonderlands being nerfed into the ground, because the people who did not use survivability mechanics in the game were the ones complaining. Streamers seem like a good source to filter quality versus shitty feedback. The unfortunate reality there is, on paper, that makes sense, Odyssey, but we're just as volatile in terms of feedback sources as any other person. It's just the difference is streamers have platforms. Not everyone who has a platform like that is going to be an analytical mind like Lazy Data. Or someone with a vested interest in like bridging that gap between overthinking shit theory crafting and stuff with good content reach. I like to think Moxie falls in that bridging area. You're gonna have people who don't know the slightest thing about how balancing affects combat systems, who have bigger platforms, so their stuff gets reach. You'll have people who haven't touched the game in years giving feedback on things and misinterpreting how things actually work. You had a couple people who spent some time away from the game who have platforms who complained about you get too many drops, it's too rewarding in this game, not understanding that A, that's not how it works. We're talking overall about a 2 to 5% difference in drop rates for most farmed items in this game. There's just simply more items, so they increased world drop rates to partially compensate. People complain about that stuff, having not touched the end game or the game at all in years. And then after world drop rates for Mayhem mode only were gutted, doing literally nothing for the playthrough problem. They're like, oh yeah, it feels so much better now on my normal mode playthrough. I'm like, bro, that literally didn't change. But it's not about the substance of the feedback. It's about the complaining for some people. And that's true for both people without platforms and people with platforms. Having a platform does not inherently make you more qualified on anything. This applies to me as well. A lot of feedback you'll see is subjective stuff. Like, you'll have some people who would like for storage space, for example, character storage space in this game, to be smaller and character specific. Now, for their subjective experience and how they consume the game, that might make sense. That might be more streamlined for them. But for people who play like me, for example, who have large numbers of items for large numbers of builds, having the larger and shared space is more conducive to, me just being able to enjoy the game and not have to refarm things every 5 fucking seconds. That is a subjective thing. I couldn't tell you what is better between those two things because, again, subjective. I can just tell you what works better for me. A lot of stuff falls into that area. So, like, how do you filter that out? How do you sort those sort of wish lists against each other from the dev side? I don't think you can. So I genuinely think the answer is listen to none of it. Don't fucking listen to me either. Shitty community feedback was abundant in BO3 in general. Oh, of course. And it's been debunked time and time again, some of the talking points used to justify that feedback, but that doesn't matter. Stuff just has to get traction for it to have far-reaching consequences. I can give you a few direct examples of that. People claiming that all they did was nerf, they got nerf happy. At no point in BL3's life did they ever nerf more than buff. At absolute closest, it was 60-40. Multiple people, both creators and non-content creators, have parsed those numbers. It's been well documented. Doesn't stop that shit from still having traction as a talking point 3 years later. Another thing, the constant Amara so OP. Amara is literally the weakest Vault Hunter and always has been, with the exception of 8 days in the game's life. That's 7 days from when the driver class mod first came out, and then 1 day when the Muse class mod first came out. So 8 days is the entire game's life cycle where Amara actually was strong compared to the other Vault Hunters. Yet, one of the most common things is people shitting on Amara players for taking the easy way out, and I'm like, literally have the most uphill battle. Oh, there's times 10 spawns. Oh, there's so many enemies. My frame rate does not like what's happening. The animation lockout on Blitz is causing so many problems. Level up bonus should help. So many enemies. Made the crossbows wasn't totally busted anymore. Yeah, they reworked the flacker, which ended up in the long term being a buff. They reduced the flacker's damage, but over time they also changed its ammo consumption profile, so it's like just better now. Crossroads was nerfed, but the thing is, if you undo the exact Crossroads nerf they did, the gun's still shit right now, because either way, it was invalidated when Mayhem 2.0 happened, and never buffed to compensate. People like to talk about early Flak nerfs. Flak still walked out of that with more buffs than nerfs. People like to talk about Moe's nerfs. However, if you simply change which grenade mod you're using, the nerf turned off. Spend the skill point. I could take Heavy Rain now for the splash damage to benefit Baseline. I don't think I need more on Weave right now. Melee Amara? Yeah, Rune. I counted 9 legendaries from Scourge on Mayhem 3. I haven't touched the Ludomar percentage. Neat. Honestly, partially blame the YouTube algorithm for making some people see Moxie's old Amara builds and saying, yeah, okay, this is the only build. As you also said in the next message, not his fault, obviously. And once again, to Moxie's credit, he's one of those people who does do his best to put out good information. Like, he'll check sources and stuff. Being a YouTuber and being an accurate information source are fundamentally conflicting things. Just how it is. You have to embellish. And you can't really issue corrections as easily. So there's a lot of debunked YouTube content that's still up years later because you don't get views on a video that doesn't exist. And not getting views means you don't get money. Some people, that's how they pay their bills. Like, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Attitude about it matters a lot to me in that area. People like Moxie don't do that maliciously. It's just the byproduct of how what they do works. Now, there's other people, large creators even, who are a little less, trying to find a nice phrase. They're a little shittier about it. I'll just be blunt. A little shittier about it. But he's not one of them. Having only played BL3, tried BL1, couldn't get into it. It's really hard to go from BL3 to BL1. Should I stick with it? BL1's a great game. Narratively, I really like the tone. It's just got an interesting atmosphere, and the way they tell a lot of the story through, like, text is cool. Very old school. And I really like some aspects of character design, but it is very dated. The gameplay feels very old. The movement, the gunplay, there's a lot of quality of life stuff introduced in future titles that is not there. It's very hard to go back to after playing the newer games. So I totally get the difficulty you're having. I quite enjoy it, but it is hard to play BL1 in 2023. Samsara class mod. I like that. Started Series of 2, had a really hard time getting into BL1 after playing 3. I still recommend sticking to it, at least not for a full playthrough. It's much shorter than other BL games. I started with the first one, and really enjoyed it at the time. It still didn't feel smooth at the time. That's a thing that people should really keep in mind with Borderlands games. None of them have felt particularly advanced for their time. In particular, I bring this up often, but Borderlands 2 came out within 2 months, give or take, of two of the other very influential first-person shooters from that year, being Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and Halo 4. Now, regardless of what you think of either of those games, on a technical level, in terms of gameplay, they are miles ahead of anything Borderlands 2 has to offer. They just feel more modern. That's it, especially Halo 4. In terms of movement, in terms of gunplay, quality of life features, all of that. They just feel better. And they came out the same time. So then you have to account for age after that. A game launches dated and then has to age as well. So BL1 is even less advanced than BL2. So it is really rough to play in 2023. I love the game, but it is old. There's some basic innovations across the gaming industry that hadn't been as widespread yet. Little things like how much control you have over your character when you're in the air. See this little strafe wiggle I'm able to do? This is mod assisted a little bit, but you still have more aerial control in, say, BL2 than 1, which you don't have much in BL2. Pre-sequel. Pre-sequel is basically BL2 plus. It is BL2, but better on like a fundamental usage level. Things like movement are just better in that game. But then you also have the fact that TPS took a few steps forward in character design, in terms of like skill trees and action skills and stuff. Very competent in that department, really fun build crafting. So TPS is not as jarring to go back to. There's still some things from BL3 that you feel like you're missing, but it's not as jarring to go back to. Oh, Gigamind is level 23. I should probably not be here yet. Do you spawn ads yet? I was not paying attention. Wasn't looking at the levels of anything. Okay, I'm definitely gonna need to switch to shock here if I'm gonna attempt this. TPS name engine is 2? It is, yeah. Another fun fact about TPS, it is the only Borderlands game that does not downgrade the UI from the previous entry. The only Borderlands/Lands, we include Wonderlands, in that. It is the only Lands game that doesn't downgrade the UI from the previous entry. The unfortunate things about TPS are that it's simply more unfinished than other games. The studio developing it was shuttered during its content cycle, so it didn't even get its full like planned DLC season. Oh, we have 10 times spawns on the ads too. That's so scuffed. Luckily, Gigamine's very passive. If I can get through the shields, I can switch back to Cryo. Okay. Why is Gigamine's level so high? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what's causing that. Like, it shouldn't be this high. It should be 13, right? But it's not. Hey, son. Almost made it. Yeah, this is doable. It's just gonna take a while. Blitz, please hit. Grabs a value from the staying table, use increase spawns. Excluded a bunch of things, get Gigamind. Ah, that's fun. Weak until you try to one-shot in his endgame. Yeah, Gigamind is one of the hardest bosses in this game to one-shot. By the way. Because, Gigamind and Graveward have health gate mechanics. So you need instances of damage large enough to hit 1/3 of the bar in the single hit. You need at least 3 of those if you want to one-shot the boss. So if you have, say, one instance that's 5 quadrillion, but the other ones are less than 1/3 of his HP, you don't one-shot him. You just take out. The 5 quadrillion gets eaten by the first health gate. And you're just kind of stuck. And 9 spawns equals +10. Okay, well, Gigamind is just 10 extra levels. I'm cool with that. I just need to play very carefully. Having fire action skill element would be so huge here, but work with what I got. Leave that one alive. Oh, did you see that hit for 3 damage? Absolutely goated. Just want to add. No? Zero, come help me. Zero, please. Thank you. Actually, challenge run for one-shots. Every enemy in this game that does not have immune phases structured in a way to completely prevent one-shots can be one-shot. Ads, it's good. So, like, you can't one-shot, say, Warden, because the immune phases are spaced out and there's enough of an animation lock that you just can't. But there's some enemies where you can use one hit that applies a dot, and then on particularly Amara with enough dot duration, you can still get the one input kill. You can even with similar tech get a 0 input kill where you just have an enemy break your shield and they set off a chain reaction of events that results in them ending themselves. That's pretty cool. Go Vulcan also. Alright, skip his immune phase with enough damage. Yes. There's several enemies that you can pass phases completely by doing enough damage, or you can bypass mechanics by doing enough damage. But Kilovolt's interesting because he's got one very cumbersome immune phase, which makes him annoying to farm for a lot of people, but you can just outright one-shot him through it. Tyrene has timing windows, where if you don't do enough damage within a certain window to get her to her next phase, then she'll do an extra, like, whole cycle of attacks. Why was that hit so big? You guys see that one punch was just bigger than all the others? What was that? Hey, Denalia. Good to see you. I get Blitz in level 12. Class mod slot unlocks after Chicken Mine. There's no class mods that get Blitz anyway, Banana Devour. I'm using mods. I just invested my first skill point into Blitz using a mod that makes it so I don't have to put points in the correct order. In all other cases, I am putting points in the correct order, so like I'm not allowing myself to just grab Clear the Mind right away. That'd be silly. But for fun and flavor purposes, I have a few mods affecting Blitz right now. Like, it has more range, it has no cooldown, and I grabbed it with my first skill point instead of my 27th skill point. I know why that one was so big. I had on Weave the Rainbow, and then I Groundbreakered off of that. Gonna go game? Sounds good. Better hold and give him melee buff. Psycho Stabber, yes. Ouch. Quick fix, send it over. Thank you. This is fun, honestly. I had to learn Gigamind's patterns as I fought here. Now I'm baiting out the appropriate animations, banking ads to save for later for when I need healing. It's fun. This barrel here, I'd like to use that on it. Could spawn ads now? That'd be lovely, Gigamind. Oh, thank you. That's why we banked ads. Hard boss fights are fun. Absolute shock. This is an example of, it's not difficult per se, but it's managing a lot of things, which is what I like. Like, Gigamind's not aggressive. It's a Borderlands boss. It struggles to hit you in the first place. But having to execute well for such a long period of time, that's what makes this difficult. Like, that was a misplay on my part. I should have left that one guy, but I got greedy and I thirsted to kill. Almost twice your level? Yeah, he's level 23 right now. Ouch. We got ads though. Only a couple more cycles. There we go. And all the ads die. Real Mr. Crits on melee. There's mods for that. Smart gun. More importantly, we got our class mod slot now. Crits on melee are only in BL1, right? You can crit with melee in Wonderlands as well. And in BL2. I assume TPS. I don't remember, but I assume you can. BL3 had melee not crit because certain kinds of melee critting in this game would be insanely problematic. Like, if you made a fish slap crit, that'd be very not okay. Yeah, there's a standalone mod for it as well, Amber. It's very easy to do. It's literally just one flag. Just flip. It's like one line of text. Okay, let me run to the bathroom real quick, then we'll continue. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Already been live 4.5 hours, but I'm feeling good. I have energy. I don't feel like stopping. Getting a Samsara point would be really good here. Arm Seal would also help. Tempest is real good though. Tempest and damage reduction. Anima won't do anything while my action skill elements cryo, because fun bugs. Guess we go with this one. Okay, so 5 here, 3. So I need 2 more points before I can go down to Combo Breaker. I would like a point in Do Harm, but I feel like I don't need that yet. More Heavy Rain does make sense here. Like, 1 point of Unweave is enough to kill anything, really, and I don't need more than 1 point in Ebb and Flow. Trust in yourself. I'm not swapping weapons enough yet to care about that. So yeah, I guess it's more Heavy Rain. Yeah, 1 more point and then I'll be able to put on Expedite. That's cool. And I'm level 13, so I can go hit up Arms Race. Pitbull, but I also want a Yorkie. Can I say I wouldn't trust you with either? Doing melee only, why does Heavy Rain matter? I mean, it's not melee only. I'm also using Phase Slam. Phase Slam is Splash. But even if I wasn't using that, then Body and Mind, when we get it later, is Splash. If I use a Nova Shield, that's Splash. Fish Slap, Stinger, if I use those, Splash. Remnant is Splash. Wouldn't trust a fashionista with her Pitbull and a Cuban link. Contact Maya. Do I have to? Ugh. So I'm thinking, do I grab the Butt Stallion Milk Booster and hop on Arms Race? I think that makes the most sense, because I could get Kensei, and I could get, Beskar, which would immediately benefit me greatly. You hate Maya? I don't hate Maya. Like, it's not a useless thing's fault that it's useless. Restless and do harm from that. Yeah, I'll buy that. So Krieg DLC for Amuse would be a smart play. But we're gonna grab this and go into Arms Race. Morning, Mr. Craig. Morning, Miss Chick. How you doing? I'm grabbing just a couple SCUs there because I am gonna need to... Ooh, Red Queen. I am gonna need to use actual weapons in Arms Race. For obvious reasons. And I'm hungry? Ooh, what's for lunch? What's for food? Back on the old night shift. Pain. I'm gonna hit Diamond Armory too. It's just, not gonna do that yet. Splash radius. Did I ever turn EchoCast back on? Maybe I'll do that. You have to contact her, can't leave her in the dust. Ah, I see. Trying to play Oslands with BL2's crashing every time I alt tab. Uh-oh. Put that back on. So having air dash in here will be very nice. Double jump will probably allow me to do some things I couldn't normally. That's cool. But we do have 10 times spawns in here. Aircraft and trying to min-max skills is so fun. Yeah, there's a reason it's basically my entire personality. Yeah, if I could keep Blitz in here, then I'd probably just keep doing melee only for Arms Race, but I have to adapt for this. Vanilla soft serve with avocado, mango, and passion. Avocado? I don't know about that one, Chief. The rest of it, yeah. Cuban sandwich sounds fantastic. Rice pudding, underrated. Large cola, sure, from time to time. It especially pairs nice with the vanilla soft serve. What, avocado syrup? I don't know that was a thing. Tuneman Maxing just went through a 2-day deep dive and trying to figure out if there are any niche builds prefer Grenadier Com over Legendary Soldier for grenade slash based gun builds. Accident. I would not be the one to ask on that. But the concept interests me as well. You know, Axton is one of those underappreciated characters. Got a bunch of cool design aspects, and people hate on Axton because content creators 8 years ago told them to, with arguments that have no substance, and because he's not Salvador, he's actually functioning as intended, and not 7 glitches in a trench coat. Okay, scattergun start. I'm good with that. We're gonna push this hard because I really do want a Kensei. Please join. No, I'm playing solo. But I wish you luck. I don't know if shotgun has to use. It makes this a little awkward. See, because of the increased spawns, I'm gonna need a lot of time to hit any of these. So I'm unsure if I'll even have enough ammo to clear this before I have to start running from the storm. At least there'll be plenty of second win targets. Oh no, I got stuck. Okay, gotta rethink that strat entirely. 10 times spawns. Not easy. Air dash also a mod? Yes. Run it back. This is what I like. The game telling me no. Basically, I need to just get a vaguely decent starter weapon, and then luck out on the circle, allowing me to hit that particular chest, because that's the one I want to hit most. So a Mal 1 pistol start would be fantastic. Atlas or COV pistol also good. We got Doll SMG, and what was my other gun? Flat off pistol with taser. Okay, this one is not it. Joining is impossible if required monster or not. Mod makes it only people the mod can join. That too. That too. Ooh, stagecoach. Cyclotron. It's better. Splainer. Sure shot and quick shot. Ah, that's so many enemies. X88, fuck you too, game. All the Atlas pistols you could give me that one. Yeah, I don't think I'm hitting that one. I'll adjust my plan. Need a stronger start to successfully do that. X88 best gun in game. That's certainly a take. Oh yeah, shotgun ammo problems. No double barrel on those. Use the splainer for ammo efficiency. Ooh, okay. Q system, that's huge. Alright, got some good stuff there. So if you got him you want from a supply dropper or Harker, yeah. Hitting the actual chest seems like a bit of a pipe dream without a really solid start. Or some legendary assistance. That's a legendary of some kind. Phasor. Huge. Does that Pulsar do enough damage this low level? Maybe. Maybe. Add density deserves a guaranteed drop mod from the chest. I could always change it up to allow that. Oh, Phasor, goat. Absolute legend. Loot over here? No. Play arms race in a group of 3 or 4 on competition on instances with some people not got a weapon, then how does arms race handle that? I've never tried arms race on competition, so I would not know. Level up bonus huge. Conserve my ammo. think as long as I fire this in frequently enough, this will be my most ammo efficient option. Oof, okay, that took a while. Oh, Blaster, that's good. Blaster's real good. Take an Absorb Shield. I love how Arms Race makes you scavenge to survive. Maggie, let's go. I probably shouldn't drop that generator. Give that back. Okay. This airdrop. I want that chest. That's the Beskar one. So I really want to hit that one. Should have the time. A lot of enemies. It's a lot of enemies. Ah. Alright, nothing crucial here. Go up and over this way, I think. So my biggest weakness in Armor is not on the map well at all. Learning the map helps a lot. Also knowing which weapon types are good. That's like the next biggest thing. Knowing which non-uniques to prioritize. A lot of people will waste their time trying to kill with like a Hyperion SMG. It's like, nah, don't bother with that. Get something else. switch back to the generator here. Love arms for making you appreciate the non-unique guns. Me as well. Hot Spring. I wanted a Beskar from here, but you know, Hot Spring wouldn't be bad to carry forward. I'm like kind of okay with that. So I can absolutely use that in the playthrough. Let me hit that airdrop. Oh, baby maker. It's fusion. It's a longbow. I'll take that. It's not the correct baby maker, but at this level it doesn't matter. Like, it's not the drones one, but this is still good enough. As long as I just empty mag for the ammo. Keen fire. That's good. Times 5 bank stick, that'd actually be okay. What can I hit next? Hit that one, hit that one. Doubt I can do that in time. Just boss time, I guess? Okay. You won't. Use a particle rifle to... Actually, no, I don't need to worry about that. I can use Keen Fire and Baby Maker on the first 2 bars, and then Phasor the third. Okay, hope for a Kensei or a Beskar from Harker. That would be the ideal. Epicenter. I tried. Yo, Kensei, let's go! It even has cooldown! Holy shit. Easiest class mod drop of my life. I have bank space, right? Okay. Imagine if I didn't. Harker figured out how to use the save editor. Was it even from Harker? No, that was from Harker. I believe it was a world drop from Harker, but it was from Harker. I don't... Is this thing happening? Oh, it is. Okay. Couldn't remember if I enabled that or not. So yeah, low-level Maggies are useful for playthroughs, if you want to roll on that. And, you know, can't say for the same reason. Save you the steps that I took today. 10 times Spawn's Arms Race is a lot of fun. You could make it even crazier by having, like, the events on in here, like Broken Hearts. Of course, there's all the various turn enemies and the bosses mods for in here. You can mess with the storm time and all that. Arms Race is great, especially with mods. It's a good time. Hey, Vocal. Good to see you. How you doing? Cool, so we can grab our Kensei. We'll grab the other stuff too. I'll need a vendor. Question is if I hit the Diamond Armory now. Because things I could get a Stinger from there. And that's quick. I could definitely get a Stinger. Forgot I had this Krakatoa. It's nice, I guess. Kill the Wisp and a Maggie in here. If I was gonna do dot stuff in the playthrough, this would actually go really hard. Like, if I got a Nimbus right now, this would carry the whole playthrough. Why not? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I have a level 14 Herald from that other playthrough a while ago. The low-level GAs and face punchers. Level 15 kick charger. There it is. Sanctuary music. A couple of my VOD uploads have gotten copyright claimed because of the Sanctuary music. I don't monetize on YouTube, so I don't care, but It's funny, so I thought I'd mention. Okay. So I just needed one more point in purple, right? Because 5, 7, 9... No, 5, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So now I can take Expedite. And I can take Combo Breaker. I do want to do harm, though. I think I still just take Combo Breaker for now. Got 2K with the Musician. The Musician. Actually, I'll keep this. Need to keep this on for that. Hey, another Nova Burner. Retempest. Okay, so I have what, 4 diamond keys? 4 diamond keys that I've just accrued on other characters. I'm willing to burn all of those on this one. Maybe not all right now, but we'll see. Spell stock I ever made for Tiny Tunas are still in the works. It's still in the works. Progress has stalled largely because I've spent my time doing other things. But it's something that I still do have a working model for, and I just need to actually commit the time to finishing it. It basically depends on when I can bother Rune into getting in a call with me and we just commit a day to figuring it out. There's a Stinger. Stinger would be the obvious winner here. However, Cryo Old God could be interesting. Double Brimming Gas Mask. Revolter. Oh, do I want a Stinger or a Revolter? I think Stinger. Yo, Emperor's Purge, that's sick. I'm gonna take the Stinger so I'm not tempted. Because I can just get a Revolter sooner anyway. Flacker, my beloved. XZ41, my beloved. Oh, critical, nice. Brainstormer. Woodblocker, you never got your buff back. I didn't forget you. Cocky Bastard's fun. Taking the Embers. Good second win gun. Mesmer. Ooh, yeah, I definitely want this Mesmer. That's perfect. Great diamond key. Shame the Stinger's non-Ellie, but I'll forgive it. And get rid of all those. I don't need any of them. Don't need the leech either. There a point where the XP needed for vault card level stops growing, otherwise it would eventually be permanently unrealistic to build anything around any of the vault card gear if you're really high level. I do not know the answer to that. like, I just kind of play, and I don't pay much attention, but Vault card 168 on Welcome to Pandora, 207 on Fallen Heroes, and 228 on Bunker Masters. I just kind of rotate them when I remember they exist. So I don't get rewards from them super often. So, like, maybe it gets problematic. But I still find myself, like, if I want a vault card level, I can get it in just a couple takedown runs. And that's without XP boosting stuff. Or taking advantage of the fact that vault card XP is fucking weird and has its own per mayhem level stuff going on. So we could save edit? Yeah, you could. May as well check the Earl vendor. I don't know how much Iridium I have, but... Okay. If you're gonna save edit, why not just save edit the thing you want? That's my thought as well, Jaybridge. A lot of people like to save edit, you know, Iridium or their read-only farm, their rerolls. At that point, just edit the item. You're doing the same thing. Just cut out the middleman. Like, you get to your gameplay sooner if you just give yourself the item. You're gonna reroll until you get what you want anyway. Just cut out the middleman and play the game. So since the last time I was in combat outside of arms race, momentum issue, I've got an expedite. So my cooldown situation is feeling real nice. I need to weaken enemies first. Oh, Stinger Nova. Absolute Chad. Back for you, Tyrone. Here. You all fight over there. What you got for me, Tyrone? Widowmaker? We'll take it. A high pallet long rider. Already at the Athena's takedown, the true endgame. Where you bring items without building around them, shoot them for 5 minutes, and then declare yourself an authority on what the item does and how it works. Any questions? There you go. Ferrothenas does have enemies. Debatable. The boss at the end has 1 Trant worth of health? Yes, 1 Trant worth of health. Thank you, Stinger. Fabricating units of measure. We've actually used that one for a while. Control. Because people like to pretend that one-shotting or speed-killing Trant is like an accurate measure of build viability. No, measuring things in Trant puts it in perspective. Because 1 Trant's worth of HP is like a Guardian takedown enemy. Roughly. So it's like, you think that's impressive, but no, it's not. Take your Trant boss melts with several grains of salt. Unironically, Giga Mind melts are a better boss showcase for reasons we mentioned earlier in the stream. I would rather see Giga Mind or Grave Ward than Trant. And Grave Ward's still nothing. Stinger. Go ahead. Break it. Thank you. Just got done speedrunning getting a Spork in BO4 from my senior project. I got time around 21 minutes, which is my best so far. Nice. Spork's fun. This is the Toronto Wonderlands. We had this discussion. Is it a chance? I don't know if we've measured anything in boss HP like that in Wonderlands. Like, we never felt the need, because bosses in general are less meme-worthy. Wastard aside, I like dunking on Wastard, but his health value isn't the problem there. Like, Lachance is super low on HP, but unlike other punching bag bosses, Lachance can actually, like, hurt you if he hits you. I mean, I kind of give him a little bit of a break. And also, he's the homie. He's the boy. The lad. Thank you again, Stinger. I should be picking up more launchers and selling them. Okay, I need 4 more points to get down the Joyful Freedom tier. I guess I could take more on Weave at this point, but I think I'm going to take Do Harm. To boost my Phase Slam and on Weave damage. I don't have a splash radius, right? Maya gets stuck here, so we have to save quit. Something incredibly entertaining about watching an enemy get vaporized from breaking your shield, right? Your daily reminder that letting enemies break your shield is one of the most efficient ways of farming in this game in general. Like, the fastest Amara farm for kilovolts is just sprinting into his spawn tile as fast as you possibly can from you spawning in, so that it breaks your shield and one-shots him. That's the whole farm. You can do that on any character, but it's especially funny on them. I should really go back and do the non-potion quests. I want ASC 50 on a grenade badly. Like, if I don't do it in a timely manner, then I can just go over to, like, after Eden 6, after Whispering Ice. Just grab it then. Could turn on Bloody Harvest and just get a random Terror Anointed grenade. That's an option. Oh, times 10 spawn moment. Oh, thanks, Stinger. Very cool. Do this for XP. Hold off, don't need that yet. Stinger goes crazy here. It'll be useful for a while too, because it'll just become easier to break for enemies. And it'll take a while for the damage to be outpaced, because Stinger formula. Splash, melee. Higher base damage value than a punch by a pretty good degree. Another reason I want an ASC 50 is because I would like to use an Unforgiven as a stat stick instead. For less animation lockout. But since both of those open up on Eden 6 anyway, I can just grab them both on Eden 6. Bladed Unforgiven would be ideal. Also accept a Wyvern. 160 blade. I already got all the stuff for cartels. We could do a Villa Ultraviolet run. I have no idea how that would go damage into Joey wise. Should be fine. Thank you, Stinger. And the spike part is going crazy too. Yeah, this is why the Stinger's a Guardian Takedown drop. But there's no good drops in Guardian Takedown. Yeah, shut up. Blitz hit detection, please. Thank you. Easy. I've got a couple other playthrough ideas that I want to do on this game. Like, I've talked about it at length, but people still don't believe it. A binary operator playthrough. I would love to showcase that. That gun's absolutely hilariously busted in playthroughs. Sounds incredibly boring. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Amber, but it's one of those things would be useful to have, like, video evidence of, hey, you know, say this gun's bad and has no use cases, you're wrong. Because a lot of people consume only playthroughs of these games. It is a valid use case. Like, the Badass Combustor is entirely a playthrough item for the first section of the game and has no other purpose. Does that make it bad? No, it's the best item for that specific scenario. So, like the mechanic launcher, absolutely terrible for any combat purpose. But holding it and jumping in a vehicle for any of the mandatory vehicle sections makes it kick ass. Limited use case does not mean no use case. Very few things in this game have absolutely no use case whatsoever. Alright. I don't need any more Tapestry or Do Harm right now. I think logically I take more Heavy Rain. Because it's more phase slam damage. It will be more body and mind damage when we get there. I don't need more Unweave. The Torg Nerf Dart Gun. That one's a joke item. And is intended to be weak. So it also can't be anointed as a pre-order only thing. Its purpose is to be shit. Traunt. That's fine. But the wiki told me Trot drops the Hellwalker. That topic keeps coming up. How insanely unreliable the wiki for anything Borderlands is. I'm so glad Loot Lemon exists. Maya, I'm trying to give you Iridium. Are you having a Maya moment? He's so bad. It still trips people up. And you see an uptick in it every time the game goes on sale or something, Amber, because you've got new players jumping in and trying, and they want to know how things work. And there are some situations where wikis are great. Borderlands is not one of them. So, Loot Lemon having actual oversight, being run by people who care about the accuracy of their information, and directly networking with creators, theory crafters, and other community resource maintaining people, is a real big strength of Loot Lemon. Yeah, Dragon. That's cool. They're bad being the first search result most of the time to look up Borderlands item. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating, because almost nothing on there is correct. Ooh, it is miserable out there. We're in about that 1 month period of the year where every day I just wake up and hope there's no snow. Talk to Lilith. So what I could do next is I could go get that Muse. Like, this is a very good roll for this Kensei. I just got a good amount of melee damage from this, but I would get more from the Muse. Because I'm not shooting, I get less out of Kensei than Muse, but for now, it's, like, really good. Imagine the fact I've never in my life woken up, looked outside, and seen snow. Countries are weird. It's not just countries, like, you know, there's lots of areas in the US where that's true as well. I just happen to live in one of the colder areas. Like, I've never had a drought advisory for my area, but I'm sure there's at least a couple people in chat who can say otherwise. Also different between states. Yeah. So we could get a Revolter at any time now. That mission's available. I don't know if I'm going to, but it's something I could do. Just getting ice today, not even snow. There was some ice on the ground when I went outside this morning. I don't like this time of year. It's not an ideal roll Mantis, but that's a Mantis nonetheless. 4 arm steel, 1 Samsara with splash radius. Hang on, that's cracked. I'm buying that. Not me hoarding class mods again. I'm not on Moe's this time. Do I get a pass to that? No? Okay. Not bad. Back to buttermilk. As much as I want more XP, having these drop rates increased while going through DLC 4 means there's a solid chance I just get a Muse before hitting the farm point anyway. And the target is getting General Ballister Pus available. Faceline melee would be nice, but not giving up my stinger.
What goes through the mind of a psycho? Usually something rusty and sharp. But what about their thoughts?
Took longer to load than usual. Near Amara, there's not many different class mods worth hoarding anyways. In endgame, sure. But for something like this, there's a fair few things that could be good. Like, I got a dragon class mod, that's honestly really good here. One of the big reasons is gives points in Remnant. So getting that really early Remnant and getting Phase Slam kills goes hard. Also, I get 1 expedite trigger off a melee kill per action skill cycle, so I still get pretty decent cooldown value off of that. Obviously, at any point, Phase Archer just wins, but I don't have on-demand access to Phase Archer. Good combo break for RNG. Gotta thirst that XP. Get what you mean. Don't really see the value in hoarding playthrough class mods anyway, since it's still leveling up. Even a good class mod, probably better off using slightly worse, but on level 1. Here's the thing, Amber. Ready? Skills. At all points, a 4-arms deal 1 Samsara class mod is useful. Every single level. This one happens to have splash radius, and that's good. Obviously, the splash radius isn't as big as it would be on a higher level class mod, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm using something like that for the skills entirely. Class mod effects also don't change with level. So everything on the top of your class mod will always be as useful on any level. The passes on the bottom matter more as you level up more, but considering the variance of class mods, you are more likely to find useful skills than you are useful passives. Like, obviously, if this Kensei here, say, had splash damage, splash radius, action skill damage, I'm probably using that for the whole playthrough, even over the Muse. But it doesn't. Specifically referring to hoarding different variants of the same class mod type. The same class mod type, what I said can still apply for skills. This is like a marksman. This is arguably a perfect marksman. 1 Ritas, 4 Scorching is like the GG roll. But having this is good, but there could be situations where you want other rolls. Something like an Artisan or a Mantis, you have 1 roll you like. It gets more complicated with other things, like, say, Rocketeer. You have Torg Cross Promotion, Cloud of Lead, and Fire in the Skag Den. Fire in the Skag Den gains value in Mayhem. I wouldn't prioritize Skag Den on that for a playthrough. I would actually want as many in Cloud of Lead as possible, because that lets me skip Cloud of Lead in Skill Tree. And still get the benefit. Letting me focus on other trees sooner. It really is case by case. But to your point, there are absolutely class mods that I would treat that way. For example, if I get a bounty hunter on Flak, I don't care, like, about my class mod slot for the rest of the playthrough. I got my bounty hunter, I'm good. That's all I need. Skills don't matter. Passives don't matter. It's a bounty hunter. Pretty much the same for Phase Zerker. Overclass mod, yeah. Ooh, Unforgiven. Does it have a blade? No. Sad. Ooh, an Unforgiven with a blade. And a Breaker with 3 personal space. Plus 9 health regen. Look at that. Fine. So yeah, that's what we're gonna switch to later. It is now Forgiven. Okay, I was at Bomby today. Not really some old guy, I just... My head was itchy, so I wanted the ability to scratch it directly. And my hair happens to be... Okay, nice Mo's comp. My hair happens to be at a length where like, it doesn't look like a total mess. So I was like, whatever. Effects of streamer luck in real time. I don't need to fight these, but I felt like it. This gameplay is fun. Could do that side mission for XP, but nah. Basically instant with dialogue skip, but Nah. I have 9, 10, 12, 13. 2 more on this side. We go another heavy rain. Now, Muse Orb is grenade damage, right? Oh, cute barrel. Fucking cute. Stinger just went off while I was running past it. Yeah, grenade. Thank you, sir. Thank you, some old guy. So it means there's not a lot of meaningful ways of boosting it, but that's okay because it's a double dip, so you just boost that way anyway. It's fun to think about. If I happen to get a Muse with grenade damage, that stat's not wasted. Less optimal, but still not wasted. Same applies for whenever I grab artifact. If I happen to get one with grenade damage, not wasted. You'd farm me a Muse from Caretaker. Ain't farming the boss. Yeah. DLC 4 farming in general is a lot of what went wrong with BL3 farming. Because, you know, massive part variance, and the people saying that drops are too forgiving getting too much attention in the conversation led to it being actively unfun to farm literally anything in this DLC. Anyone who participated in the last couple hunts can attest to that. Also, anyone who's ever wanted any of the class mods, anyone who's ever wanted a Bloodstar Beast. Complete Whiplash after DLC 3, getting great drop chances. Yeah, could be worse, could be immune phases, and the bad guy can still hit you. Listen, Wonderlands. Yeah, immune phases. An enemy being immune and still attacking you is just... No, don't ever do that. That is never okay. How am I gonna handle this? Play around my Stinger, most likely. Good. I won't get enough punches this way because animation lockout. Can you shoot these birds? No. How do you even second wind in this fight? Do you? Is that a thing? I'll just reset. Immune phase will start out as a well-intentioned flawed way to give players a break during fight transformed into what? I still maintain that it's better than the BL2 method of everything either has not enough or too much HP. Especially in the face of BL3 being constructed in a way where players have more access to damage than ever before. Like damage formula, gear actually being viable, the damage formula from gear, like all that stuff. I think immune phases are still the play. It's just there's some situations where they are unquestionably used poorly. Too much HP is also a thing. Yes, too much HP is absolutely also a thing. And we've seen instances of that. For example, people just actively ignore the existence of OP10 for most of BL2's fanbase. Because even outside of the 2 bug bosses, for most people, that's just seen as too much HP. In BL3 with the True Trials, they did have to nerf True Hag of Fervor because the entirety of the casual player base was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. This sucks. It was designed to troll theory crafters, and it didn't stop theory crafters. That's the real takeaway. An amount of health that was deemed unfun by most of the player base was still not enough to stop it from being one-shot. You know what doesn't have that problem? Immune phases. Even Brick in the Nuts does not work. He's flexing too hard, it cancels out the impact. Yeah, if I just let him keep hitting me to trigger the stinger, I think that's the way I do this. Is he immune when he's red? Is that how that works? Hit me. Not that much. I like the idea of Chaos OP levels and working one's way up. As the enemy increases to extreme, being able to jump down level and get gear from vendors and drop back down not so hot. Yeah, I don't like that people have the ability to bypass the system like that, because all that leads to is that being the primary recommended like method of progression. And a bunch of people will do that, have no idea what the fuck does anything in the game. So then they'll complain the game too hard, and then that leads to a lot of Borderlands 3's life cycle where they just constantly made the game easier in ways that didn't need to happen if people had just used the tools available. How do I deal with Mordecai, though? Am I gonna need to Kensei him? I don't have a way of reaching him. What do you think about this? Maybe Kensei Krakatoa. Never noticed they alternated being immune. A lot of the DLC bosses in this game have some interesting mechanics that you just never see because none of them have health. Even this one, where you see the most casual players going, oh, this is so tanky. Well, it's normal. You're experiencing normal amounts of HP, reasonable amounts of HP, rather than DLC 3 enemies having fucking nothing. My first playthrough of DLC 3, it was me and Daves. We were doing co-op run, just shooting the shit the whole time, not really paying much attention. But we were putting together a save of all the gear for the rest of the theory crafters to use. And just with a random non-anointed light shell off the ground. It was anointed, it was just for a siren thing, so it wasn't useful for me. So just some random fire light shell off the ground on a non-gun build, still steamrolled the entire DLC and killed Ruiner before any of the dialogue finished. Because nothing has HP. Borderlands sees a mechanic besides cryo that grounds flyers and or freezes enemies in place, so you can run up and melee them bosses too. Wonderlands has that to a degree. Not for bosses so much, but using the melee lunge, which gets increased range from a slide, forces wyverns to land. It changes their, like, action queue, and it forces landing to be their first priority. They'll look for a place and it also forces crabs and sharks to surface. Speaking of immune phases, you know when Seer goes invisible and higher graphics set and the whole area goes dark too? Yeah. Just encountered that, I was like, what's going on? I was doing co-op there with, I think it might have been Lazy. We were doing something. For some reason we were going through that. And he could see and I couldn't, and I was so confused. I hate that I'm using this Krakatoa to punch because less animation lockout. I should honestly just use the Unforgiven now. Almost cliffed. Anyone need their meat castle assaulted? That sounds real bad out of context. Borderlands sentence. Got the foot-long Cuban sub. Let's go. That sounds so good. Cuban sandwiches are criminally underrated. Now, I probably could just get enough distance to actually double jump my way down there. But I'm sure there's invisible walls. Should only had half. That would involve you exercising self-control, Moo. We know it's not going to happen. Count as a Cuban if you take out the pickles and mustard, because then I'm with you. I don't know, what do you think, chat? Does not count? I'm inclined to agree with control. Linoge with no blades. Unfortunate. Underball fists. Criminally underrated. Love the thought of someone just going to jail because they said a Cuban sub was mid. They should. That's the entire point, Amber. People who think that should be in jail. It is morally incorrect to not like Cuban sandwiches. Drown it in ketchup. I will learn to get over this. Because I respect and appreciate you, J-Bridge. That this won't be a deal breaker. Don't mind me if I can't look at you the same for a couple minutes. There will be an adjustment period. What if you order the Cuban, then take out the pistols? What? Pickles and scrape off the mustard yourself? Do you eat them separately? If I can tolerate people who put pineapple on pizza, you can learn to live with it. If you call it Hawaiian, though, you're dead to me. Pineapple on pizza is not a go-to for me. Like, it's not something I ever seek out as like, hey, I specifically want this. But if it's in front of me and I'm hungry, I'll eat it and I won't dislike it. That's my stance on that. Eating them separate, deconstructed Cuban. Yeah. Yeah. Well, now I want my pork, ham, and Swiss and ketchup sandwich to have a different island name. You should purchase an island. Then it could be the J. Bridgian. Put a pistol in your sandwich. It's an active case. I'm not allowed to say more. Alcatraz. Madagascar. Like, look how fast this punching is with the Unforgiven compared to the Stabber. So annoying. Be a Lord of Scotland, yeah. And there you go. What's the name of that scam? Something titles. Can't remember right now. Brain no worky. We've hit the 6-hour live brain fog. It's different than the hours 0 through 5 brain fog, okay? Am I supposed to be in here yet? No, I don't think I am. Not Hawaiian also. All daddy, no sugar. That should be the name of your autobiography, some old guy. You gotta do one now. Name your memoir. Came up with that, quite proud of it. It's really good. Do you know what Hatsune Miku is? I have no idea. I've heard that, but I don't know. Put it on a merch, methinks. I'd buy it. Artificially sweetened daddy. Oh no. Oxy's bouncing pair. Hey, another dragon. 4 restless. 4 restless, 1 remnant is like a decent layout, honestly. Rough Rider's another one of those good things to get early, because outside of Anoint, the level doesn't matter. 3 arm steel. Brawler. Some cool stuff in vendors. Imagine Obama as an anime waifu cat girl VTuber. I can't. My brain does not work like that. I don't have the imagination necessary. Having issues with Remnant spawning way too infrequently the other day. Ever run across that? Yeah, you can have things like stealing the killing blow. Ah! got a bunch of instances of damage going on. They can steal the killing blow. Dots getting the kill, I believe, also stops Remnant. I remember when Melee spawned Remnant. Oh. Oh no. Spawn an orb or something. Do you do that in this phase? Or do you just do that all day? Okay, I don't think you have a second one thing in this phase. The quad is right. Yeah, Remnant only spawns from gun damage and action skill damage. So if you're doing anything else, or had anything else going on, it could be stealing. It used to also spawn from melee. But that's a change they made. For weird reasons. It's never happened before? I don't know. Alright, how do I handle this? This is a breaker without Finder Center, so that's not ideal. Just do that, I'm not above it. But shooting during Kensei counts as melee. Oh, now you do that. Okay, Lilith. I would like to heal. Ooh, hang on. Big brain. Big brain time. Doesn't heal me very fast, but it is healing. Until it completely stops working? Question mark? Okay. Well, I did have a big brain, but it stopped. Hi, best person. How you doing? I took second place Amara TGTT today. So you should totally get on grinding that out too. I need more people pushing with me. Might be the melee. Played for your builds, normal, no mayhem. Yeah, the melee's getting the kills there. That's what's happening. Just notice no beanie. I do have a head under there, yeah. Oh no, that was poor planning on my part. Ah! I'm gonna take out the stabber and hope that that makes the stinger able to kill. Oh, it doesn't. But this is still a stabber fight because I'm punching very infrequently. Hit me. Or don't, I guess. Oh, there we go. And of course she didn't drop anything. Time for that beanie's annual trip through the washer. Wash it more often than that. It's every 6 months. Borderlands a lot of, hey, try this and not enough. Yeah, that was a good idea in theory, not so much in practice. Fight's a good example of that. Yeah. Making a boss that never sits still, has very unclear hitboxes, a long immune phase, and only sporadic options for second wins, and terrible drop rates. Turns out it's a horrible idea. Even though the music slaps, the concept is good. Ooh, Transformer. Take that. The good thing about that fight is Kate Blanchett in that game later. The music's good. The music is good. I'll give it that. But the name isn't even right, because there's no such thing as evil Lilith. There's just Lilith. And other Lilith. Because they're about the same on morality. No such thing as Lilith, there's only Giraffe. Like how the beanie's so recognizable, you get multiple people immediately and noticing it's not there before anything else. She want to talk to me again? Yes, she's evil. Taking second place in Sane Cistern. Ooh, nice. Improvements on slaughters are so difficult with how optimized those runs have become. Like, it's very difficult to put up new good times with current strats without using Lucky 7. But even with Lucky 7, you're against some very competitive times. So either way, it's an achievement. Get a nice boost, air dashing into stairs. Tough to do them any faster without PEDs, yeah. Honestly, Moo, same. Same. There's some weird fucking, like, jealous dudes on Twitter who tried to start this whole thing like, oh, would anyone even think Jonathan Majors is hot if he wasn't famous? And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, have you seen the guy? We're talking about the guy who plays Kang in the MCU. He's done far better stuff than that. He's good in that role. Like, but like, come on. Look at that man and tell me he's not handsome. You can't. You're lying. Is all that amazing actor? Yeah, he's fantastic. Also, he's beautiful. Where am I going? Hey, Samurai is my girl. Did I get that correctly? The name's streamer barely literate sometimes. How you doing? I'll just go on IMDb for something. Yeah, do it. He's at least half the best part of the slam dunk contest. Everything I've ever seen him in, he's been, like, fantastic. If you like slightly goofy westerns, The Harder They Fall, that Netflix movie, he's good in that. Again, not his best work, but enjoyable movie. This game, you have really cool guns? Yeah. A lot of cool stuff in this game. This game is guns. One of those actors who shines even if the material overall isn't great. Exactly. This quest without dialogue is so weird. Like, you get no context for why anything's happening. The gun just starts teleporting around. Boom blaster, nice. Stabber animation lockout. I hates it. Crossroad. Okay, so 5, 10, 13, 14. Alright, the last point I need to spend before I can start investing in Burn Both Ends. Joyful Freedom sounds good, but Burn Both Ends is going to be better in practice. I guess I can take a second on Weave. Yeah, we'll take a second on Weave. A great way for Borderlands domestication or storytelling, how much of it is solely dependent on verbal exposition. You're not wrong. I think that's applicable to, like, any media in general. If you need to have someone word vomit at you for 5 minutes, you have not done a good job. You can have dialogue-heavy scenes that are expository, but you need to have some sort of build-up and you need to have some sort of impact. Can't be to fill in your lack of a desire to do any storytelling. For example, no spoilers again, but final little bit of Loki, last episode of that. That's one of those acceptable expository breaks. Let's say talking to Lilith between every single quest objective in this game. Not so much. Love your stream. I'm glad. There's Blister Puffs. This is who we'll be farming for the Muse. Also learn how subtext works, yeah. You do not need to underscore a point you make by directly stating it. You can have themes operating in the background. You can let people connect the dots, treat them like they're intelligent. recent playthroughs, I keep noticing the next objective comes up, you get there, you have to wait for a character to speak dialogue before you can complete it. So annoying, extremely. Alright, now we save quit to farm Blisterpuss. I'm an adult and I still can't process that Elmo's a puppet. I follow Elmo on Twitter. Banger tweets. Oftentimes feel like saying too much is worse than saying very little. Not a huge anime guy. A lot of the 90s anime I watched back in the day understood this hinted backgrounds and stuff, let people make their own conclusions. Yeah, Jester, I'm totally in the same ballpark there. Cowboy Bebop being an excellent example of this. Cowboy Bebop is still viewed as one of the best, if not the best, examples of balancing world building and character pieces correctly in anime. Like, you get a bunch of other examples in modern anime of, say, really good world building or really good character, but they sometimes fail to do it at the same time. As much as, say, Attack on Titan is beloved right now as an example of newer anime, it does some very good world building and some very good character pieces. But if it ever tries to do both at the same time, you start seeing holes. It's hard to do both of those things. Better Call Saul does this amazingly. I still have not watched past season 1 of Better Call Saul. Just because it never did it. Wasn't avoiding it or anything, just never did it. Games you play besides this one? I play some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I play, did a Mass Effect series playthrough a couple weeks ago. That was a good time. Dragon Age series playthrough a couple months before that. I play a lot of Pokemon. Later this week or at some point next week, depending on Moo Girl's schedule, because she requests the playthrough. I'll be doing some Metroid on stream. Fun. Metroid Prime Remaster. I haven't played Metroid Prime in 20 years, so it'll be basically like a fresh playthrough, because I remember nothing. Hustler. It's a bad Hustler, too. Doesn't have splash radius. I play a lot of things. The main thing I do on stream is anything that lets me do, like, build crafting. Similar note, thoughts on TOTK? Treat me like I'm stupid, Amber. I can't decipher acronyms right now. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Ah, yeah, not a Zelda fan. Haven't played that many Zelda games. Also haven't played one that I've liked. I've found that the Zelda gameplay formula has been better executed in other IPs to my personal liking, so I've not taken much of an interest. For example, Darksiders 2 is the best Zelda game. My man, fellow Zelda mayor. Yeah, it's not as far as hate, it's just not good enough for me to care about in my subjective experience. Terraria. Terraria is one of those things I've never attempted. Like, I have a lot of friends who like it. Flare. But it's never been something that I've tried out, so no opinion. Problem with every Zelda game is they're too long. I don't mind games that are very stuffed with content like that. Like, it makes them good for replay value, makes them just good time sinks, especially when you're consuming another game on the side, just having something to switch between. I don't mind that. In the same vein, I didn't mind the latest Pokemon games having like so much padding to make them long, because I just enjoyed the experience. So I don't think that would be a deal breaker for me. But I get where you're coming from. Nostalgically enjoy the Zelda games, but haven't really enjoyed one since Wind Waker. I just find it funny that there's a whole sect of people who make loving Zelda their entire internet personality, yet they will also trash every mechanic added by Breath of the Wild incessantly and call Breath of the Wild the best game ever made. I'm like, how many people are you? Wait, who told you you feel this way? There's a lot of conflicting opinions. It's just funny to spectate as someone who has no personal stake in it. Explode, you walking up to him? Yeah, he broke my stinger, and the Stinger Nova killed him. Really looking forward to RE4 Remake. Me too, Jaybridge. So excited for that. I was thinking of doing a classic RE4 playthrough in my build-up. I have it installed on my PC. Like, I've considered doing that for stream a few times. Everything I've seen about RE4 Remake so far has looked incredible. The gameplay looks very fluid, but still in the spirit of the original. I'm very excited for that. Wondering about this. I plan on going into Hades 2 in early access. Personally, in the early access camp, I know some people have already decided they'll not play it until release. I haven't decided. I doubt my self-control. I will probably end up just jumping in the game as soon as physically possible in whatever form it's available. I would like a more complete experience. Like, for example, Baldur's Gate 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, right? Baldur's Gate 3 has been in early access for, like, fucking ever. I haven't touched it or looked at anything about the game because of that. I want the complete experience. I doubt my self-control to do that with Hades, because I love Hades too much. Not who told you to feel this way, but who told you that you feel this way? Right, right. That's an important distinction to make, Denalia. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like the idea of the Resident Evil games, any game that makes me ration ammo generally just frustrates me when I play it. Yeah, that's an understandable personal thing. Ammo starvation is one of those things that has gone hand in hand with survival horror forever. So it's like love it, hate it things. It is worth noting that the couple of Resident Evil games that don't make you ration ammo like that to any significant degree just ended up being bad third-person shooters for the most part. Referring to Resident Evil 5 and 6 here. Now, don't get me wrong, Resident Evil 5 was the first game that I ever took an interest in speedrunning. And 5 and 6 are both hilariously fun co-op games. They're not good games, though. ammo rationing is part of what made Metro 2033 such a tense horror game. Right. It's really good for increasing tension. And it's also one of the few, like, tried and true alternatives, at least in modern gaming, to making things tanky. Like, in terms of simple solutions to difficulty and controlling time to kill, the most common approaches you see are make things tanky, but you get a lot of resources, or make things hurt you really bad and hard to dodge, or flat out puzzle mechanics where the damage you do is largely irrelevant, or resource starvation and everything has like reasonable amounts of health. Like you see those approaches or some combination within those categories. But depending on the fandom, people will respond differently. Like, Borderlands players complain anytime something has a lot of HP, but they also complain anytime it's able to hit you. Anytime the enemies have any real aggression, or do any reasonable amount of damage. They also complain if you have immune phases instead. And they also complain if you have puzzle fights. It's like, what do you do then? Resource starvation? Well, they didn't like that when that happened in Borderlands 2. So that's, in my opinion, that's a big part of the conversation of why Borderlands players have no consensus on what they consider to be acceptable difficulty. Meanwhile, survival horror games, or games with survival horror elements, it's tried and true, well established for the last 30 plus years that resource starvation makes for a good survival horror, because it ratchets up tension. Only played RE4 VR, got over my fear of trying horror games, too late to try the original versions, very excited for the remake. It's still absolutely wild to me that RE4 is 18 years old. Like, I grew up with the RE games. My first exposure was the remake of the first one. Still one of my favorite games of all time. One of the best remakes ever made. Like, it is a masterclass on how to remake shit. RE4 is one of those defining games that really shaped a lot of stuff around it. A more recent example is, if you guys have seen God of War 2018 has a very big impact on just how a lot of games are designed. Dark Souls is another example. You see a lot of copycats after games like that pop up that either change some established norm in game design, or just have a really solid core system that allows you to branch out a lot and fiddle with to customize whatever IP you have. But RE4 did that for two things: QuickTime events and third-person camera shooters. It was not the first game to do that by any means, but it was a game that resonated well enough with people while doing both of those things that it caught on. Like, the things RE4 did caused a ton of copycats over the next 20 years. God of War 2018 is doing a lot of that. Dark Souls has done a lot of that. Every once in a while you see a game that's that influential that people just start copying it. To a lesser degree, Borderlands, did that by also being a copycat. It took the Diablo loot system and was like, hey, we're a shooter. And started the looter-shooter genre as we know it. My anxiety made me refuse to play anything remotely horror themed for years. I don't generally like horror, like, films. I like thrillers. I like the tension, but slasher stuff and like spooky stuff, not really for me. In games, it's different. It's probably because I grew up playing horror games. I grew up exposed to a lot of Resident Evil and Silent Hill, so like I have a lot of love for those IPs, and they do still make up a large percentage of overall survival horror. Of course, Dead Space as well is something I thoroughly enjoy, among others. So that could be just exposure making me able to handle that. But I don't generally love horror stuff compared to other genres either. Just, I guess the games are an exception. Borderlands didn't take the Diablo loot system and made a worse one from scratch. Borderlands was intentionally referential to Diablo to the point where they identify as such. Amber. I'm pretty sure there's a commercial somewhere where they're like Diablo with guns. That's why Borderlands has always been so full of Diablo references. Cracked Sash. It's Diablo. No, I'm just kidding. It's important to talk about, though, that maybe building your IP on the back of a loot system that is 30 years old, or 24 years old, and then not adjusting it in any positive way, ignoring the fact that the thing you copied has since innovated and solved a lot of its problems, maybe that's not a good way to run a loot system. Like, Diablo has much better item rerolling nowadays. Much better control over what your item is and how it functions. A system where you can actually say, hey, I want to farm quote-unquote god rolls and not be out of your goddamn mind. Borderlands is not pivoted to be that. Take a Ripper, that's fun. You can say the color of Legendary is a reference to uniques in Diablo 2. Yep. Last RE you tried was the OG RE2, Jester. Yeah, it's they've definitely changed a lot since then. Starting with RE4 is when they switched from fixed camera or pseudo fixed camera to the third person over the shoulder, and then starting in RE7 they switched to first person, with the exception of remakes, going back to the third person view. The series had a lot of identity changes. As I mentioned before, 5 and 6 were just third-person shooters. They leaned too far into the actionization of RE4 without capturing the stuff that made RE4 good. They introduced co-op, which was fun, but not conducive to horror. See Dead Space 3 for another example of that. I'm never gonna get this drop, am I? Word ban? Alright, 10 minutes. I can't say that, courtesy of Gage. 10 minutes on the clock, keep me honest. I hate doing Gage. Never played the fixed camera stuff, not sure I would have liked that. I get really pissy about my FOV. It is one of those things that, if you have any love for it, it's, more out of forgiveness. it's intentionally clunky in a way that games made in 2023, like, if you design a game like that now, you are doing it to be a reference to the fact that games used to be designed like that, rather than it being a good design decision. I think moving away from fixed camera was a good choice. And the remake's working, even in set pieces that they didn't completely redesign, kind of proved that. Doing well, how are you? Doing great. Doing a long stream just because I don't have anything else going on right now. And I enjoy catching up with you guys, so. Here 2 hours past my normal end time, just because, I can. Always do your taxes. Don't remind me about that. It's the time of the year where every few minutes I'm like, oh, cool, I can just relax, and then I remember taxes, and anxiety kicks in. I can't speak. Dehydration. Live taxes. Just do a taxes stream. Obviously not showing anything, because that's a hell of a way to dox yourself. I'm sure someone has done that, though. Having to catch the Super Bowl, what do you think of Rihanna's Smash Brothers Melee stage? I thought it was a very entertaining show. It's always amusing seeing the people who, no matter what happens, they'll have the same pre-programmed responses. Trying to bash whoever they had at the halftime show. But I thought it was a good performance, and good for Rihanna, moving and grooving, being that pregnant, like, it lets nothing stop her. Respect the shit out of it. Want you. Like, I'd had no clue this is the worst Super Bowl halftime ever, and he says it every year. I'll take it one step further. You see that same guy, but this time in a suit, in his Twitter profile picture, talking about how Ted Nugent would be better. But you also have the hero of the story, the person who always responds to that with a quote tweet featuring some Ted Nugent lyrics. Just to explain why that's a terrible idea. Boring gun. Ugh. No, you can't claim that as a deduction podcast. I'll get a Kensei one day. If nothing else, this is XP. I can burn both ends now. That'll be huge for my damage. I remember what the Kensei does. It gives you a melee bonus element on anything you do that does gun damage. Or bullet damage, I guess. But I'm using it more for the skills it rolls. It rolls Unweave the Rainbow and 2 skills that increase melee damage. Fuck. I forgot about it. I hate you guys. Going to bed 11:17 p.m. Gonna have cryo explosion in my dreams for my sister run with Globetrotter. Nice. Rusty. Just streamer abuse. Been a while since we had a good word ban. Has been a minute. Usually I've had something to keep me busy, so I talk less during word bans, but, you know, farming, everyone's favorite thing, leaves a lot of time for me to get tripped up. I suppose the active murder of my brain cells from this helps. About to run out of booster time, too. Oof. I could grab some things to make stuff like this easier, like grabbing an all-in from DLC 1, getting my artifact slot, and then getting a Schluter. But rare redeem go through. I don't see it. Channel point redeems don't seem to be working for everybody. I don't see it. PL4, please give us one type of bat damage and only one type. All pluses and minuses applying. I don't know if I necessarily like that, depending on what else is in the mix. Because, like, that more likely than not just works out to a nerf to melee, or ends up... or ends up just not mattering at all. Almost always ranting, so it usually counts. Sometimes I rant positively. Man, I'm winning right now. How much time do I have left? Reword to be 100% because crystal clear and how shit works, call it what it is. Oh, 100% agree on that. Yeah. They've gotten, in most areas, better at that. Most. In some areas they've backslid, but some of the systems have also subtly improved. Like, I really would like them to take the things they've implemented with the crit system in Wonderlands, transfer that to the Borderlands design. The crit and the punchy systems, mwah, fantastic. Carry those forward. Certain other things, maybe not. Long stream? Yeah, micro. I mean, a fair amount of it has just been farming being fucking awful. But I like catching up with you guys. And the more of this tedious stuff I get done now, the less of it I have to do later. Hey, Amuse, finally! I don't know how many runs that was, but we finally got one. Terrible passives. It did at least roll Illuminated Fist. Could have been worse. Getting the laid bear points is very nice, and Jab Cross doesn't hurt me here, because the action skill damage is gonna help. Especially because I don't have Avatar or Max 2 Harm. Cool. Clear and accurate description do a lot to make it easier for casual gamers to get into actual build making. It'd do a lot for more hardcore players to get into build making as well, because we're still going to test it out to make sure it works the way it says it does. But it would be nice to not lose hair from trying to figure out how to properly explain things to people. Like, going back to the crit thing, the way Borderlands talks about crits is, one, it has like 7 different definitions of crit and types of crit damage and stuff. But also, fundamentally, it's not even how crit systems work in most other games, period. It's weak spot stuff. Headshots, whatever you want to call it. It's completely different from critting. What do I need to do now? I should do the Nog Potion quest. Say it's hard to find the crit. Yeah, that's fair. Is the Nog Potion quest in Outskirts or Metroplex? I don't remember. I think Wonderland's crits are easier or harder to understand. Massively easier. Massively easier. It's just a better system in pretty much every possible area. 10 times spawns make you mad over level. It doesn't apply to every group of spawns, Micro. And no, it doesn't apply to bosses. Although we did have, as a side effect of the mod, doing something, I guess incorrectly, we did have to fight Gigamind 10 levels under. So Gigamind was level 23. Metro, I believe. Yeah, technical knockout. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Affect takedown bosses in a different way. You don't get like 10 times Valkyries or anything. It doesn't affect the bosses themselves. It affects the ads during the boss fight, which obviously has a massive impact on certain fights. For example, Scourge becomes easy mode because you get an army of diadems. Wotan becomes insane if you don't push the phases quickly because it starts vomiting ads. Valkyries, you have a long string of ads between each Valk phase. But it doesn't give you more of the boss itself. With that. Gotta meet Reese first. No. Thoughts on blueberries? I like blueberries. Sure, the readme said bosses themselves got affected somehow. Let me check. Might be running a different mod than me. Oh, Kilovolt. Do I need to go into Electricity for any reason? I don't think I do. Thank you, some old guy. There's probably a way to get it in this map, but I knew where to go to get it in this one, so. Kraken do get multiplied. Not on the version I'm using. I might be using an old version, because this is a mod that I grabbed like 2 years ago. But not on what I'm running. Source, last stream I ran 10 times spawn takedowns and did not increase those. I have to go around. What am I doing? Taking bets will BO4 have better map nav setup than BO3 and Wonderlands? I'm gonna say no, because in areas of quality of life, they get worse every game and not better. Especially when it comes to UI. So I have negative expectations there. will be better than Wonderlands because they want abandoned vehicles. I hope they will. Overworld was way better than the fucking nightmarish vehicle sections in this game that destroy the pacing and are skipped whenever possible by all players. Ah, there's the Muse Orb doing its thing. Love to see it. Yeah, I'll put the Mesmer on. Thanks, Roaster. Rocketeer. Phaserker. Well, I won't need a Phaserker for a while. Feel for a better UI would be a huge selling point for me. My game crashed and I don't know why. Probably another dialogue skip thing. I'll reboot. Hair issue. Get the impression the UI was optimized for console first, may just be because I don't play console. There's a few features that you could make that argument for that started popping up in BL3. For example, that backpack icon that caused them nothing but fucking headaches that they had to patch out and back in twice. That was for controller users. It was only a problem on mouse and keyboard. But there's also arguments that it's just sheer ineptitude. That affects all platforms equally. Like, why does the inventory for this game, why is it 2x4 that you have to scroll with 60% of your screen real estate being a character model? Why is every single item 3D rendered? Why do trinkets drop your FPS? Like, it's bad. I will shout from the rooftops how many quality of life improvements each subsequent Lands game has made. And I frequently get called some sort of shill or apologist for doing so. But UI is not one of those areas of improvement. Far from it. Great improvements from 1 to 2 to 3. So Wonderlands as well, just there's... So if you look at 2 to TPS and 3 to Wonderlands, there's smaller improvements. They're there, but they're smaller. And each of them does significantly worse in an area. For example, Wonderland's UI is significantly worse. TPS playthrough pacing experience, significantly worse. Quantity of content, significantly worse. Doesn't change that it did better in some other areas, but for a lot of people, it's harder to see the overall gains compared to the losses. But you will absolutely have people who are just into that whole mindlessly hating thing who will spout off and say nonsense like, oh, there's nothing they improved with Wonderlands. Like, alright, bro. That's just not true. Jump around, still find myself trying to slide mantle, autofill ammo, and shed BL2. Yeah, exactly. Like, in this game, having to go into the vendor UI to sell all your trash is one of the things that I keep messing up. Like, every single time I go to a vendor, I hit the button I would in Wonderlands. I can't. Sliding, mantling. Absolutely go in that category as well. You can go into games before BL3. Enjoy your lurks, little guy. Been good chatting with you. Wonderland's UI at its best when it works perfectly as intended. It's almost the same as BL3. It's pretty bad, Amber. Like, even when it's working, there's some choices that I'm like, why is this like this? For example, key bindings in the overworld don't need to be set up the way they are, but they are. Why does your ammo counter throb suggestively anytime you mouse over or anytime you hover over an interactable object, whether you're in range or not? Next time you play Wonderlands, look at that. Just like put your crosshairs over an interactable, and notice your ammo counter will throb sexually. It's extremely distracting. I will not. Won't be able to unlock. There's definite throbbing so when mouse is over an interactable. Also seeing enemies on screen and minimap harder. I'm still a really big fan of the BL1 inventory layout. Although I like the BL2 TPS one where you can see your character in a way that doesn't mean you lose all other information. I think that was cool. But one of the big things that started with the BL2 UI is your skill tree UI started sucking. It's obviously nowhere near the issues of, BL3. If you look at an item of the day pop up, your game fucking crashes. Or Wonderlands, where you can trust literally nothing because the game will be like, hey, yeah, this shield has this status chance from this item you looked at 4 minutes ago. Why can't we see all trees on one screen? I don't know. I don't know. Why can't we have an inventory that shows our inventory? We don't need fully rendered 3D items in inventory unless we choose to inspect it. Right, they have an inspect screen they can use for that. Where would we be without the finish your beer before your bank scrolls to the last page drinking game? I still have stuff that's been in my bank since before Wonderland's launch there that is not useful to me just because I'm not cleaning that shit out. Thanks, Muse. Here's a 10 times spawn moment. Oh, we're good now. And not even I have true melee to drop shot turret. Well done. I do have a mod on for more blitz range right now, and like I double jumped and then used blitz. But I'll still take the credit. I think they did it so we'd stop asking for more bank space. But like, they don't have to have the 3D rendered shit, and it would actually render. Like, it could also give us better filters. I don't know. I'm a turret that does melee. Like, there's a lot that could be done. And once again, it's easy to backseat game dev. As I said a few hours ago in the stream, don't listen to fans. Not even me. But there are some things that just don't work, and you shouldn't do them again. Right. Go down here. Auto bear, but with fists. I still want to make that work. I want to build that. Like, you have no reason to do it, but it's so cool. So I want a Nog potion here with an ASC 50 of some kind. Big singularity grenades plus fist auto bear. Profit. Man, how much safe quit farming have I done today? I don't like it. Quite doing say with farming, you've changed, can't even look you in the eyes anymore. Do not back some stun turret heckles you. I'm down. Nog potion ASC cryo. There we go. We're in business. Do a Villa Ultraviolet run, close things off. I think that's a good idea. Let me, I could use butt milk to increase my chances of getting fish slap. Recharger, nice. Also, that's a Borderlands sentence. I'd honestly rather have the XP though. Although I'm already over leveled from farming. Get the butt milk. Maurice dialogue though? I know. One downside of dialogue skipping. I think Katagawa Ball will be interesting. As it'll be a lot of hit and run. I won't have an artifact yet, so UTD and Static Charge and White Elephant, all that won't be an option. Katagawa Jr. will be not that. If I could punch him fast enough, I can one-shot him. Just getting in position that quickly is going to be the hard part. Aw, almost air dash down the whole thing. Thanks, Muse. Now that I actually have AAC 50, Unforgiven becomes more of a play. An option I have is, once we get to Eden 6, I could start farming things with, Bloody Harvest on to get some anointed guns a little early and reroll them. Like getting a Bladed Unforgiven with, Phase Slam melee anoint? Good Eden. Good combo breaker RNG. Hello? Thanks, Stinger. Rowan's Call, Red Queen, Phasor. I need more SDUs. Fun fact, Rerouter is a unique that doesn't have red text. It has an effect, it just doesn't have red text. See, Black Hole has it, Rerouter doesn't. So rarity confusion has advanced to the point where you can't even identify red text items as being indicative of being uniques. There's other cases of that too. Of an item being unique and not having red text. For example, the Shrike that Zane's Digiclone holds in the inventory is an obtainable item. Not have red text. Gun with wings. Chest event for you guys. Trevinator and a Bloodletter. Bloodletter with shield recharge rate, that's mildly interesting. Trevinator's cool though. My Echo Cast still working. Oh no, I forgot to reset it. Never mind. No event for you guys. False advertising. Forgot my game crashed earlier. I do want some sort of Echo Cast type thing for the next Lands game. But I would also like if it worked. If you didn't gradually remove functionality from it over the course of 2 years. That'd be nice. Actually scanned. Wanting things to work, the entitlement, sheesh. Ouch. It's just so satisfying. Easy. Echocast really did spoil me. My first Twitch viewings for BO3 content. Games didn't have it seem so strange. Yeah, it's one of those things that I feel like every game could have a good Twitch integration if they felt it was worth the resources, and if they properly maintained it. Ooh, Scourge. It's fun. Blacker, my beloved. Woodblocker, the Forgotten. Barrage, lol. XZ41, my beloved, the Forgotten. That gun was the shit in pre 2.0 days. It was so good. But sure. Rectifier. Rectifier, the shield with damage so bad it's not viable at level 1. Literally jumping on an enemy's head over and over again is better damage than the Rectifier at level 1. And it only gets worse from there. It's a new Transformer, I don't need it. It's AAA, we were talking about that earlier. That was for some decent playthrough stuff if you need it in that chest. How ironic that it was never itself rectified. Maybe in your binary operator run, you could try using a rectifier as well to show the difference between a playthrough item and a bad item. I like that idea. Like, that's an item that's not bad because of its function, it's bad because of its numbers. You have other items that are bad because of their function, such as the boring gun. Simply can't hit most enemies in the game. And most of the enemies it can hit, it's just more likely to hit you, while also being ammo inefficient. Devil's Foursome doesn't have bad damage, but they made the splash radius too big, so it's functionally not usable. You are the enemy it hits. Malik's Bane consumes way too much ammo. The damage isn't that bad. Just still consumes way too much ammo after they reduced it twice. There's stuff that's bound to fall through the cracks in a game with as many items as Borderlands 3, and I'm still very happy with the overall percentage of viable stuff we got. It's just there's some stuff that's comically awful. And some stuff that had to have literally been forgotten about. Like, the existence of just did not register on the radar. Like, you remember that one time where people were like, hey, it'd be really cool if you buffed that one AR from DLC 2, that one Jacob's AR that just has never been good. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Clairvoyance buffed. Then everyone is like, huh? Ooh, delay recharge Big Boom Blaster. That's a really good stat profile. I like that. Backhand could be fun. Especially with Kensei. That's something to experiment with next time. I do have a skill point to spend. Honestly, that's my first legendary. Cool item. Story integration, too. Nice stuff. So I could continue to work my way through Purple Tree. We're getting close to Body and Mind and Free the Soul. I'll probably be weird and grab Free the Soul first, because it's fantastic for mobbing. Although, so is Body and Mind, to be fair. Yeah, only 4 more skill points before I can grab one of those. When we eventually grab Clear the Mind, it'll be pretty nutty. Missile for sure, that'll give you Groundbreaker for your ASE. Ooh, true. True. And it can crit. So it'll benefit from Unforgiven. And we're not at a Mayhem level where it needs GA to do substantial damage. Check this vendor. Okay, that's enough for today. Did 7.5 hours. Set a new second place time for Amara True Guardian Takedown speedrunning. I know I can improve that, so I don't know at what cadence I'll do further parts of this playthrough. I might start with other stuff and then switch to the playthrough. I don't know, see what happens. At some point in the next week, I'm gonna start a Metroid Prime Remaster playthrough on stream. Looking forward to doing that. I've still got some assorted, maybe Mass Effect stream content. There's more Mass Effect stuff I want to do. It's just, I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. Bunch of other games that are out, stuff in my backlog for forever. Next month when Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out, I might do that. Maybe not. I'll definitely play it. It's just the question is whether or not I'll stream it. But we got time to figure that out. Let me see who's alive. See where we can go. Pilot is on No Man's Sky. Now let me check because I have a bad habit of rating Pilot when he's about to end. Okay, he's only been live for 2 hours. Sen is live? Am I not following Sen? I guess I'm not. Hang on. I swear I did. Amber, link Sen's Twitch. We'll go there. Plan for tomorrow. More BL3. Thank you. My OBS is being weird and not showing me prompts. It says the raid's been created. Do you guys see the pop-up for that? Yes? Okay, I guess I'll let it time out. Yeah, maybe I need to update OBS. That's probably what it is. So we'll just sit here awkwardly until it happens. Copy that if you got my emotes. Do the thing. I'll see you guys over there. I don't know how long this takes. Waiting. Should happen automatically. Professional streamer, by the way. Yeah, tomorrow, more BL3. Either starting with playthrough or starting with more Guardian Takedown grinding on tomorrow. See what happens. Also, I have to pee. OBS, please. Switch, please. Is it working?